agenda. I have a motion for adoption of the agenda.
I move to adopt the agenda.
A second.
Okay, moved by Vice Mayor Dawson, seconded by Councilmember Candell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
5-0. The agenda is adopted. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, now we're on public comments for our closed session item. Any member of the public may have up to 3 minutes to comment on our closed session items. There's nobody here. Is there anyone online who would like to comment?
Mayor Anduri, we have no hands raised in our virtual audience.
Okay, in that case, we will move toward the closed session and we will come back or restart the meeting at 7 p.m. The council is back in session. We've just returned from closed session and there is nothing to report. We're on item 8 on the agenda, public comments for items not on tonight's agenda. If anyone would like to address the council on anything that's not on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker slip. If you're watching at home, please raise your hand virtually. So, do we have any speaker slips for public comment? And each person will be limited to 3 minutes.
Our first speaker is Lauren Herpick.
Welcome.
There you go. Hello, City Council. My son Connor and I are here to invite you, our city staff, and all citizens of Lafayette to the second annual, not quite an event, just everyone show up, walk at your own risk, Lafayette Community Sunrise Stroll at the Lafayette Reservoir. It's going to take place on Sunday morning, November 12th at 8 a.m. Like last year and in 2021, when it was organized by the Lafayette Chamber of Commerce, this is a beautiful opportunity to meet some new neighbors, hang out with friends, and give thanks for the great town in which we live. All ages are welcome, as well as leash dogs, and you're invited to get your steps in and start the day together, right, folks? Yeah. But no bikes, roller skates, or scooters. Donuts and coffee will be served courtesy of local Dunkin' owner and Lafayette resident Matt Cobo. For more information and to express your interest, especially for those donuts, we need to know how many people are coming. Please go to bit.ly/sunrise stroll 2023. So that's bit.ly/sunrise stroll 2023. Hope to see you there. It was beautiful last year. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? No, thank you.
Mayor, I have no additional speakers in the room, but I do have 2 speakers in our virtual audience. The first speaker is Jennifer Paul, followed by Stacy Shermer.
Hi, good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you. At the end of the City Council meeting on October 10th, Mayor Andori brought up 2 emails he received from outside agencies regarding Israel. One was from the American Jewish Committee, urging the city to adopt a resolution in support of Israel. Very true. The other email was from the JCRC, which is the Jewish Community Relations Council. Mayor Andori said they recommend that the city not issue a resolution. But that small excerpt of the email from the JCRC that was shared with the council and the public, in my opinion, was extremely misleading. What wasn't shared was that the JCRC stated it unequivocally condemned the Hamas terror campaign and it's unwavering in its support of Israel's right to defend its citizens. The JCRC was not requesting the council to stay silent, which was alluded to at the last council meeting, quite the opposite. They stated that they appreciate the partnership with local elected officials and went on to offer numerous ways the council could support its Jewish constituents, such as speaking out on social media and attending events in solidarity with Israel, calling and texting those who might be impacted by the conflict and sharing their support. The JCRC was actually suggesting action instead of words printed on a paper proclamation. I only learned this because I requested copies of those emails. And I found that while they were technically only sent to Mayor Andori, it was extremely clear by reading them that the requests and information contained in them were very pointedly intended for the entire council to consider. That was also apparent at the meeting. For example, Mayor Andori said that the American Jewish Committee was urging, and I quote, us, as in the council, to consider a resolution. But there was no sharing of the information with the council and there was no discussion. Why? Because the council is often, why I said I was left and still remain disappointed and confused. Why? Because the council is very often asked to consider proclamations, recognitions, and resolutions. In fact, there are 2 on the agenda tonight. One of them I saw was sent to Mayor Geringer, yet it found its way to the full council. So I can't help but think that these 2 correspondences from last week were not considered in full because they were about Israel. And I truly hope that was not your intention. I am therefore respectfully requesting you create consistent policy and procedures surrounding communications for when one council member receives something that is very clearly intended for the entire council to see. And lastly, I'm requesting an update to the policies and procedures for proclamations, resolutions, and recognitions. If you truly like the recommendation of the JCRC that was clung to last week, stating that it's not productive for local bodies to weigh in on international affairs, then make it so and stick to it. The same for flag raising of other nations and groups, because as I said before, if you continue to cherry pick what you're willing to recognize, what gets omitted speaks volumes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
Followed by Jean Fulmer.
Hello, thank you. Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I tuned into the October 10th City Council meeting, expecting to hear the members of this body issue a full-throated repudiation of the terrorist attacks that had recently taken place in Israel, as it was common for this body to issue these kind of strongly worded proclamations. For instance, on June 1st, 2020, Mayor Anderson addressed the city in a Facebook Live broadcast and stated, quote, "The Lafayette community is concerned, compassionate, and thoughtful, and we stand together against any injustice and acts such as the killing of George Floyd." At the June 8th, 2020 meeting, the city council members unanimously agreed to write a letter or proclamation, as urged by Pittsburgh Mayor Killings, condemning the actions of the Minneapolis police officers. At the February 28th meeting earlier this year, by unanimous vote, this council authorized the purchase of a Ukrainian flag. And on March 5th, this council also voted unanimously to fly that Ukrainian flag in the place of the United States flag in Lafayette Plaza for 1 month to show solidarity with Ukraine. So naturally, I expected to hear something from the current council members regarding the events in Israel. But to my surprise, or maybe not, the only mention was toward the end of the October 10th meeting when the mayor spoke of 2 communications which he had received. The first from the American Jewish Committee, who had asked the council to adopt a resolution in support of Israel. The second, as Jen just noted, was from the JCRC, and they opined that it was really not productive for local bodies to weigh in on international affairs because such efforts may, quote, "create or exacerbate unwanted community tensions," unquote. The mayor then explained that what the JCRC was saying was that some bodies may feel compelled to issue resolutions, blah, 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 but JCRC didn't think it was productive. After which there was silence. Not a single member of this council spoke up or issued any kind of condemnation of the horrific terrorist attack or spoke in support of our ally, the nation of Israel. Not a single one. There was a brutal terrorist attack on innocent civilians, horrific, unspeakable atrocities committed. American citizens were killed and are currently being held hostage. And what we heard was blah, blah, blah. This is the statement or lack thereof that comes out of the city council when this same body has been so willing to speak out loudly regarding other national and international violent, tragic events. I'd actually like to see this council stop with all the proclamations. But if you cannot, at least be consistent, because your silence at this moment is deafening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you.
Jean Fulmer.
Good evening. Thank you so much for taking my comment this evening. I wanted to suggest that going forward, in addition to really thoughtfully procuring a system for proclamations and those sorts of recognitions, that you also very carefully review and consider any type of support or perceived support for certain political groups. And in particular, any future references to BLM or Black Lives Matter, that you be very careful and specific as to whether or not you are referencing the statement or the group. Because the group, as recently as last week, issued some very anti-Semitic statements that I cannot imagine anyone on the city council would be comfortable with associating themselves with. I did send a screenshot of one of the Twitter feeds to the Lafayette School Board and reminded them that I had cautioned them against using references to certain groups when I was still on the school board. And I would urge you to take great caution going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
No additional speakers.
Okay, we'll close public comment and we're on to item 9, city manager's update.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, members of the City Council. This is my bi-weekly update on city activities. First, a shout out to Chief Ben and his team and the Chamber of Commerce for a very successful res run on Sunday. The PD oversaw safety and security for the event. From engineering, we had a slide in our most recently acquired property, the Batwing property, which is south of St. Mary's Road. The slide occurred during the December storms, and why we will be filing a request for reimbursement from FEMA. That might take a few years to come. So we're going to be repairing the slide before the next winter storm. From Parks, Trails and Recreation, today the La Marinda Village and the Spirit Van held a joint luncheon at the community center. It was a very well attended meeting and luncheon. The play area at the Lafayette Community Center is closed for construction. And an interesting factoid is that the existing play equipment is being donated to Choice in Learning. It's a preschool associated with Choice in Aging. So the nonprofit will renovate the equipment and provide it to the Montessori preschool. And finally, I want to let you know that the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada has awarded the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting to the City of Lafayette for its annual comprehensive financial report for the last fiscal year. The Certificate of Achievement is the highest form of recognition in the area of governmental accounting and financial reporting, and its attainment represents a significant accomplishment by a government and its management. This is the 8th time that the City of Lafayette has received this prestigious award, and kudos goes to the finance team and Jennifer Wakeman, who leads that team. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Are there comments, questions for our city manager? Okay, are there any public comments or questions for our city manager? Has anyone turned in a speaker slip? And if anyone would like to speak on any of the presentation items that are coming up, please fill out a speaker slip.
Mayor Anduri, I have no speaker slips for persons in the hall, and I have no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. We'll
Oh,
move on then.
wait. Lynn McMichael. Go ahead, Lynn.
Yes, hi. Wonderful to see all of you. I just wanted to speak on the housing issue that's come up, but I did not see the agenda. So I don't know when that's going to be coming up. Could somebody tell me, and then I'll just hold my remarks until then?
It's item 14A, and it'll be maybe 45 minutes before we start that item.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lynn.
Okay, moving on to 10A, we have the privilege of hearing from Beth Needle, the Executive Director of the Lafayette Library and Learning Center Foundation. He's going to give us an update from the foundation.
Thank you. I'm Beth Needle, the Executive Director of the Library Foundation. And tonight I'd like to share with you a short video. It was created for the Lafayette Library and Learning Center Foundation over Labor Day weekend in 2022. The Barlow and Mulvaney families underwrote Kelly Corrigan, Tell Me More PBS television series to support and promote our library and our city. And it was filmed at and highlighted everything that takes place, not everything, but all the exciting things that take place in our city. This series premiered last spring on PBS. It's series 5. If you'd like to watch it on PBS online, it's still there. And we're going to show you a short video tonight that Second Peninsula created on our behalf to help promote it. And so at that time, we had author Michael Lewis here. We had Maya Shankar, who's the cognitive scientist, Del Seymour, San Francisco community leader, founder of Code Tenderloin, Lang Lang, the international pianist, Constance Wu, who's an actor and an author, and Neil deGrasse Tyson, who ends up not appearing in the video, but he was definitely here. In addition, Kelly Corrigan promoted the City of Lafayette and our library on her podcast, And so we're very grateful to the Mulvaneys and the Barlows for highlighting our city, our library, and I think you might recognize some of our citizens who are in the room in this video.
And we're improvising audio, so bear with us.
I think of libraries like I do public education. I think it's a way to reach everybody.
I really believe that the Lafayette Library is the heart of our town.
It is a place to go to meet other people. It is just teeming with opportunity and offerings accessible to all people. The space itself is unusual. It's a beautiful building with lots of windows, lots of natural light. If you need to have computer access, if you're meeting a friend and want to sit outside in the courtyard, if you're attending something in the amphitheater, there's a lot to see and a lot to do here.
Many of the things that we do, we try to spread beyond our little local community. We advertise them countywide, and anybody can come to those for free.
A thriving library is the key to a healthy community. When school is not in session, some of these kids who may be too old to go to camp need a place to go.
The Swell program is a welcoming place for young people when they are on holiday.
I think it's really cool to be able to be like a mentor to like these 6th and 7th graders.
If they are just going through a really rough time, it just kind of relieves some of that stress.
Really, that is what the library is all about. And we've just had so many offerings that capture people, fill their hearts, make them feel connected, and give a sense of belonging, which is, I think, what we all want and want to offer to others.
The thing that keeps me involved in the library community is that I'm so proud of it.
Having helped build it and worked so many years in it, it's deeply magical to see my grandchildren in the library. My name is Karen Mulvaney.
My name is Susie Pack.
My name is Mary Ann Hoisington, and the Lafayette Library makes me feel fulfilled.
My name is Holden Anderson.
My name is Jacqueline Evans.
And the Lafayette Library makes me feel full in every way.
Not so quick. We really appreciate the video, but we really wanted to get you here this evening so that we can thank you for all that you've done for the community over the past 10 years. As looking back in my files and the Lafayette Vistas from fall of 2013, Hayes says, Arlo, you haven't changed a bit in the picture. And the title of the article is Impossibly, Impressively Qualified. And I'm a bit of a cynic, but it was in the Vistas, so it has to be true. And sure enough, what you brought to Lafayette was impressive qualifications, a real spirit to get things done, a real understanding of the community, and a real just desire to serve all ages in the community and bring the community together. So we want to thank you tonight and honor you tonight for all that you've done. And we have a short proclamation, which I'll read, but then I'm sure there'll be others who want to say something to you. And again, please fill out speaker slips if you do want to speak. All right, so this will be a proclamation from the City Council. City of Lafayette. Whereas Beth Needle joined the Lafayette Library and Learning Center Foundation as its executive director in 2013. And whereas Beth Needle not only kept the mission of the foundation at the forefront of everything she did, she demonstrated through her work, demeanor, and actions her belief that libraries are for everyone, from the youngest to the oldest and everyone in between. And whereas Beth Needle was attuned to the changing needs of the community and initiated programs to meet those needs, and whereas Beth Needle enhanced the impact of the foundation by successfully collaborating with the City of Lafayette and Contra Costa County Library, as well as community groups, including Friends of the Library, Lafayette Historical Society, Lafayette Chamber, and La Marinda Village. And whereas during challenging times, Beth Needle provided strong leadership, keep the LLC, the foundation, and building staff productive in serving our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council thanks and honors Beth Needle for all she has done to strengthen the foundation, the Lafayette Library and Learning Center, and our community. Congratulates her on her retirement and wishes her all the best in her future endeavors. Thank you.
Of Lafayette, you think I wouldn't know how to push the button at this time. You know, every day has been amazing, and you can just see the level of dedication of the people who volunteer and serve in this community, that it was inspiring and catching, and it made me want to do more. So thank you all for allowing me to do this.
Thank you.
Can I go sit down?
Oops, nope, not yet.
Not yet, you're not done. And there'll be photos. And there'll be photos. Well, after that, thank you, Mayor, for those, for the resolution and for the kind remarks. And Beth, I just, got to tell you thank you personally when you first told me that when you first ruined the rest of my year when you told me that you were going to be retiring. But I'm so excited for you and so grateful for all that you've done and all that you've left with us. Swell for both ends of our age group in our community, and just the many gifts that you've given us. So thank you very much.
Oh.
And hopefully you're not completely leaving, so that we'll get to maybe have coffee or a walk or something.
Right, public comments.
I have speaker slips. The first speaker is Rita Irofida, followed by Karen Mulvaney, followed by Susie Pack, followed by Carrie Barlow.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'll sit this way so I can stare at you.
We were part of the original group. You want to
Well,
start?
Karen and I were part of the founding board members of the foundation, and we worked long and hard with Beth over the years, and she has always come through for us. She loves this library just as much as Karen and I love the library, if not more. Sorry. She loves this library just as much as Karen and I love the library. And Beth, you have given us more than 100%. And I thank you so, so much. And more than anything, you're a lifelong friend for me. Thank you.
So Beth, I remember when we interviewed you and we went through the process of trying to find a new executive director, and I would follow what Carl quoted and just say that what you brought was exactly what we needed. And we needed a lot at that time. You are a tremendous team builder, and you have blossomed in so many ways, the partnerships throughout the city. And the library has grown, you've grown, we've all grown with you, and you're always more about the group and the team than about yourself. And it's why it's been so successful. 10 years. Who would have thought, right? So I want to thank you more than I could ever say. And I know we'll remain friends forever. And everything you've done has been exemplary. You're really, really something. Thank you so much.
So I knew Beth before she even came here. And I was very fortunate to work with her at the Oakland Zoo on many events. And when I knew that she was moving here, I was like so excited because I had been already part of the library just as a donor since the beginning as well. But knowing that Beth was going to be here leading the foundation was an extra bonus to being part of the library. And I came on as a board member right after she joined as the executive director. And I would not have done that had it not been for Beth. So I just want to thank her for all of the many years that we had together. And they're not over because I talked her into being on a board that I'm also president of already. So she and we are going to be together for a long time. I'm not going to let her go because I love her.
And our hearty congratulations, by the way. You deserve a break.
Okay, we have Lisa Spiegler, followed by Susie Pack.
Hi, I wrote a few things down because I'm not good at talking off the cuff. Thank you, council members. I'm Lisa Spiegler. I'm the president of the Lafayette Library and Learning Center Foundation. And on behalf of the Board of Trustees of the foundation, I'm here to honor and celebrate Beth. Beth, your skill as executive director really shone for me initially when I joined the board. It was during the COVID-19 pandemic. We met each other virtually, and at a time when personal connection was all but lost, Beth was a person who dug deep to bring us back to kind of what the library really offers us, a sense of place, a sense of connection, grounding our community, at a time where we needed just that. We needed community. And the programs and events that Beth and her team spearheaded during the pandemic kept the foundation running and thriving. And I don't know how many of you remember the virtual night at the library that that we put together. It was really impressive, and it was I mean, groundbreaking. You know, this was the first time we had done any of this, and having those parties at homes and bringing the dinners to the homes and having the auction, Carrie, you and Cam with, you know, it was really, really impressive. And it was very creative and thoughtful, and it made us feel like the library, even though we weren't at the library, made us feel like community and feel like Lafayette. And that's a very impressive gift. I appreciate everything you've done for the Swell Center. After the pandemic, you know, we had a lot of challenges with having those connections, and Beth had another vision. You know, we're going to do something for teens and for preteens, and now we can do it for seniors, and you really see what our community needs, and you see how to make those keep those fibers together, and it's a really impressive gift. So I'm grateful for your leadership. I'm grateful for your friendship, for your spirit. We're going to miss you dearly, and love you.
Uh-oh. Hi, Susie Pack, and thanks for the world premiere of the video. That was great. I was on the hiring committee. I was on the foundation board 10 years ago when Beth was hired. And I remember thinking to myself, she's coming from the Oakland Zoo. Those are animals. We are people. Like, how does this work out? And what I realized very soon after Beth started and getting to know her is a lot of the same qualities that you need, and this is in a good way, that Beth is great with, is we all require great care and feeding, whether you're an animal or a person. We also require great use of resources. And what I have really admired about you, Beth, during your 10 years working with you in a volunteer capacity is your ability to take what the existing resources are and really stretch them and expand them to include everyone, whether it's four-legged friends, whether it is middle schoolers who need a place to go to during the summer to hang out because they're too old for camp. That also extends to our seniors here, and not just in Lafayette. I mean, from working at the library and seeing the folks that have come into the senior swell now, Tuesdays, 10 to 12, everyone at the cafe, is people come from all over. They come to the Lafayette Library because there are great things here, and they're great programs, and they want to be a part of it. And you were able to take that vision of the founders of this great place and really stretch and expand to include anybody and everybody who wanted to be a part of it. And I will miss that about you, but I also have your promise to be a volunteer mahjong instructor at Swell, everyone. And just the joy and the nurturing in very quiet ways that you exhibit, that you take care of people and you are welcoming and want to make sure that the library and the Library Foundation and our community as a whole really represents that. So you're a great ambassador of Lafayette, and I'm so happy to have met you and worked with you. So thank you for everything.
We have speakers in our virtual audience. The first speaker is William Pierce, followed by Hank Ford. Mr. Pierce.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry about that. Okay. This is public comment, yeah?
No, this is comment on Beth Needle's retirement as the executive director of the Library Foundation.
Oh, so I can't say fuck kikes and fuck niggers?
Mayor, I
No?
don't think this is on topic.
it is not on topic.
Can't say
So
gas in the.
can we cut the?
Yes, cut him off.
Okay. All right, we had been concerned about this since it happened in other communities. We had discussed how we would handle it, and if the comments, well, these were over the top, so we needed to cut it off, but as the city attorney wants to elaborate.
Yes, we're not on public comment. I want to be clear for future speakers that was passed. That was item 8. We are now on presentations. They're very specific presentations listed as well as the rest of the agenda. So if people do not stick to the comments related to the specific presentations and the rest of the agenda, we will remind them. And if they continue to deviate, we will mute them.
Okay, and do we have another comment?
We do. Rudy Hess.
Good evening, City Council, members of the public. Am I coming through all right?
We can hear you.
Perfect. That's what I meant. If you guys could hear me clearly, my microphone's sometimes kind of silly. Thank you, City Council. Thank you, members of the public who took your time out of your busy lives in the evenings to come here today. I would just like all of us to come together in a sense of community and remember the USS Liberty on June 8th in 1967.
This is not a general public comment. That's already taken place. This is comments on the library
The
presentation.
ADL funds the council. It's in the purview.
I'm sorry, we're on
If
public.
you guys have received direction from the, this is 100% relevant.
Is it relevant to the library presentation, specifically the Lafayette Learning Foundation and the retirement of Miss Needle? Just wanted to confirm, I'll allow another 5 seconds, but if it deviates again, as I previously commented, we are keeping comments to specific presentations. We are past generic public comment.
Am I okay to speak for my 5 seconds, please?
No, and not unless you're on the topic.
I am on topic. I would like to ask if you've received a dossier from the ADL. If so, you are within my purview to speak on the ADL's hate crimes
No,
against white Americans.
this is not on the topic. So could we cut off the speaker, please? All right. Sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, we had hoped we have managed to go.
We have one more speaker.
Okay.
Hank Ford.
Yeah.
William Pierce.
Is that the same?
It was right. You guys are acting like a bunch of faggots. Nigger,
Okay,
white.
thank you. You're not on topic. Well, not taking the comment. Okay,
We have another speaker.
no, we're going to stop public comment at this point.
We can't stop public comment, but I'm going to remind people that, again, we will cut off the comment if it is not germane to the presentation.
No additional speakers at this time, Mayor.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry about that, Beth. All right, could I ask members of the Library Foundation Board and anyone, well, Mary Ann as well, anyone connected with the library to come forward, council members, for a photo?
Dog is no longer in the picture. Say Goldie. Okay, on the count of three, say Goldie. 1, 2, 3. Never get time for that. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, we're on to item 10B, Chief Aldrich, recognizing the Police Academy graduates from fall 2022 and spring 2023. Chief Aldrich.
Good evening, council. Very happy to introduce and officially graduate our fall 2022 and our spring 2023 Citizens Academies. Our fall class was our first class back after COVID, and they put up with us. A few things got that we normally would like to do were not available due to COVID protocols, specifically doing a tour at the coroner's office and doing a tour at the main jail. And so they missed out on some of that. And I appreciate them being willing to come out tonight a year later to graduation. But we just want to honor them. These are folks who put in a lot of extra time to come out and learn about what the police department does. They have a night with me. Not sure how that night goes, but we spend a couple hours. The goal is to pull back sort of the veil, if you will, or the curtain, and explain what we do at the police department, why we do what we do. Talk about where we all come from. Where do the cops come from? Do we come from the cop factory or do we come from the community? They have a night with traffic, our traffic enforcement officers, talking about traffic enforcement. There's always a lot of good questions around that. They have a night with our investigations team and our crime scene investigators. Typically, we stage a bank robbery, and they get to come out with our team and go through those investigative steps, working with our crime scene investigators on how we process the scene. They also have the opportunity to go to our use of force simulator that the sheriff's office has up in Concord, go through various scenarios on, and basically a training tool belt on, if you will, or a police officer's gun belt, and sort of decide what tools or lack thereof that you use during a scenario. You can be verbal. Are you going to resort to something else that's on your belt to resolve potential use of force situation? They also have a day out at our range with our team out there, learning firearms safety, looking at some of the different firearms that we do use in law enforcement. They also, again, the Fall Academy missed out. Spring Academy got to do it, but they got to do a tour of our coroner's office and dispatch center in Martinez, and then also do a tour of our main jail. But again, this is anywhere from 5 to 6, 7 sessions where they give up 2 to 3 hours of their time to come down and learn what we do. And I appreciate the investment that community members make to come down and do that. We will be hosting a spring 2024 academy, so look for that. If anyone's interested in coming out, we always encourage you to do so. And we had a lot of couples in these last 2 classes. So our I think we had a 4th couple that wasn't able to make it tonight, but we have 3 of the couples here tonight that we'll be honoring. The fall class did get certificates mailed out to them, but we're going to give them a second one tonight to make it more official. And so we'll call them up. Tonight I have Judy Peterson. We also have Denise Brown. They're both from the Crime Prevention Commission. This is their project every year, twice a year, to help us put it on. They do logistics, they do communications. They come out to every one of all those sessions, at least one or both of them do. Denise couldn't make it tonight, but I thank Judy for coming out and being my wing person. So thank you. So those that are here for the graduation, if you just want to come up behind me, we'll hand out certificates, and then probably do a group photo with the council, if that's okay, Mayor. So I'm not going to list all the names. So we had 11 in the Fall Academy. And then we had, I believe it was 12 in the Spring Academy. Our first couple is Peter. Can you hear me? Okay. Valerie and Peter Callahan. Also from our fall 2022 class, we have Alex. Alex, come on up. And Alex, I don't want to mispronounce your last name. Are you Cal? Cal? Did I do it right? Okay. So he was very invested in all of our sessions. I believe his family was here tonight to watch him graduate. So thank you, Alex. Mr. Cal. Appreciate it. And Holly, I always think I'm going to mispronounce your name because it's got the 2 N's and the E. Holly. Okay, I was going to mispronounce it. Holly, come on up. Holly. Okay, come on up, Holly. So Holly was in our fall 2022 class. She also serves our community, as you all know, with the Chamber of Commerce. So thank you to her to make that investment. Did I pull it out? No, I have it. Did I not put it there?
We have it.
Did you find it? Sorry, I thought I was organized. I really, really tried hard. Sorry, council, everybody. What did I do? Holly, I promise I have it here. I will pull it up. Oh. Thank you. So that was 4 members from our fall class. So yeah. For our spring academy, I think we actually had, she's not here tonight, she's back at college, but we had a local high school graduate who was on summer break, was able to come, or spring break, no summer, yeah, summer, and was able to come out to our spring into summer session. So Katie will be mailing hers to her, but that was our youngest member. It's for 18 and above, and she was 18 when she came through. So it's great to have her. Our second couple is the Hamptons, Scott and Tony Hampton. Make sure I didn't switch those up. Of course, we had our very own Jonathan, and I always mispronounce Jonathan's last name. Yeah, I always mispronounce his last name, so I'll say Ace. A lot of folks here that represent I are working professionals. Some have had the privilege to be able to retire. But Ace is our Parks and Rec director, as you all know, but for members of the public. So I know you have a lot of commission meetings and you still made it to every one of our, I think you missed one.
I missed the range.
You missed the range.
I have to make up the range. Do I have to give it back?
No, we'll let you come back. So anyhow, thank you to Ace for making the time. I appreciate it. Kenneth Pardo, come on up. If you haven't met Kenneth, you may see him walk around town. When he introduced himself to us, he said, I'm retired and I live in Lafayette and I like to walk around town a lot. So if you see Kenneth out, make sure you wave and say hi. Always out for a walk. And then our third couple, Terry and Irish Ring. Oh, and if you, I think everyone knows Terry, right? Okay. Poor Iris. She was probably hoping just to get out of the house for a couple nights, but anyhow, but I appreciate Iris. All the time he donates for all the other things we do, art and wine, everything else. I know it's always a team effort. So thank you for that.
It balanced out. I know you didn't want to give me this certificate, but Iris sort of elevated.
She did. Yeah.
Right under the wire.
And if you ever want to talk about bicycle safety, if you're a bicyclist, you have to obey the rules of the road. Terry and I've had a good conversation about that. He's working on it, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Oh, we have someone. Oh, Lewis, come on up. Not the last name for me. Okay, so another last name I would have mispronounced, so I apologize. So thank you. Also, another member of Rotary here in Lafayette. We had a couple of Rotary members. So a bunch of them, Terry, everybody. So thank you all. If you're willing, we'll take a photo with the council. And again, these two classes did put up with a lot of ups and downs with us sort of getting back after COVID. So I do appreciate them staying invested with us, agreeing to come out tonight for graduation. You make us better because we get that feedback. And as much work as it is for our team to put on Citizens Academy and a lot of extra hours, I always find it very rewarding to hear back from our community. So thank you. I welcome you guys back.
Okay, before we
sorry.
we come up, I'll ask council members if they have questions or comments.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As the council liaison to the Crime Prevention Commission, I want to, on behalf of the council, just express my thanks to all of you who volunteered your time to come learn a different part of what our city does. All right, I see you all nodding, and I know myself, spending time with Chief and all the staff, that it is so interesting what they're doing there. They work very, very hard. They toil away in obscurity, right? And they do some fantastic work. So the fact that you took the extra time to go observe what our police department is doing, and that I know that's very meaningful for all the members of the staff to engage with the public. So thank you for all taking the time, and also Judy and Denise for organizing this all the time and going out there to recruit. If you enjoyed it, please recruit more people, right? And make the chief even happier. All right, so thank you very much. Again, let's take a picture.
Well, before we do that, any other comments and public comment?
Mayor Anduri, I have no speaker slips for persons in the meeting hall, and I have no hands raised.
Okay, well, pictures. All right, we're on item 10C. We welcome Thomas Adams of Avenue Insights, and I'll just turn it over to you to give us our sales tax update.
We have to tell.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tom Adams with Avenue Insights and Analytics. I am your sales tax consultant. I meet every quarter with Narup and Jennifer and Tracy to go through your numbers. We kind of provide two different services. One of our services is we audit your sales tax to make sure that you're getting all the sales tax that the city's entitled to, maximize your revenues. The other piece is my piece, where we go through every quarter and kind of look at how your businesses are performing and forecast your revenues for the upcoming fiscal years. Tonight, I'm going to go through the Q2 data of the calendar year, which is April, May, June. And it corresponds to the last quarter of your fiscal year. So it's the sort of closing quarter of the fiscal year. Okay. So as I said, we're going to go through sales tax tonight. Not quite as fun as the police and the library, but very important for the city to bring in the money to fund all the services that you provide. This is just a sort of kind of a quick snapshot of a lot of the different stuff that's happened over the last few years since the pandemic. So we've had kind of a downturn for about close to a year in 2020. We had a significant recovery for about 5 quarters in 2021 and kind of starting into 2022. And we sort of had some single digits, sort of kind of post-recovery, we call it. We might be getting towards a new normal. But every time we sort of turn a corner, something else kind of pops its head up. And, it's just been sort of a topsy-turvy few years. And you can see some of the things going on. We have the federal funds rate that's been going up. The inflation, thankfully, has been coming down as well. So gasoline prices have been all over the place, as you well know. So it's been a challenging one from our perspective to try to project sales tax. It's getting a little bit more stable over the last few quarters. In terms of what your drivers are, we've been through this with you guys before. One of your main drivers is restaurants. Retail continues to hold. It's kind of number 2 spot. The third one there is internet, non-local, and pool. This is what we call use tax. It's typically coming in from out of state. Some of the other ones are local food markets and as well as gas stations. Some of the smaller sales tax producers for you are construction as well as B2B. And miscellaneous is a small one. Recent cash performance. So we're looking at Q2 here. You guys are number 14 there. For this quarter, you were up about 8% for cash, which was a good cash number compared to the county overall was basically flat. When I get into what we call the economic numbers that are not quite as strong, we kind of look at things 2 ways. We look at it from a cash perspective, which is how much money is coming in the door. We look at it from an economic perspective, which is kind of once we factor out some of those late payments, audit reallocations, different things like that. So most of what we go through is the economic piece. But from your perspective, what you're most concerned about is how much cash is coming in the door. So we track that as well. And that's what we forecast. So kind of looking through some recent history, 2019 on the far left is kind of pre-pandemic. Then 2020 is the main kind of pandemic affected period. Those are the first couple quarters of the pandemic. Then the 3 columns on the right are sort of coming out of recovery. As you can see, total receipts are at an all-time high, 3.452 million on the upper right there. That middle line is we net out your county pools. That's the use tax item, as well as your administrative costs to the state, as well as other kind of adjustments for different reallocations or period cash adjustments, those sorts of things. And we get to your local businesses line, that third line, and that's sort of what we're tracking, how your local business community is doing over this time period. We also track sort of different elements of the economy. So you can see retail, you can see food there. We broke out restaurants. So a lot of the report is confidential, that we can't share individual business performance, but we do try where we can to kind of break things out you might be interested in. So you can see restaurants was one of the most impacted areas of the pandemic. For you guys, it was lasted a little longer than much of the rest of the state. And we've since kind of come back pretty strong in the last 2 years. So you can see you're an all-time high number there. Transportation, pretty similar numbers. We're kind of back to the similar number. Retail up top, sorry, I missed that one. We're actually a little below where we were pre-pandemic. That's not unusual. A lot of areas, retail was eroding a little bit due to internet. Brick and mortar retail was slowing down even before the pandemic happened. And it just, for a lot of areas, it just never quite came back. Also, it should be seen over this time period, we're looking at about roughly about price increases of 15 to 20% over this 4-year period, just due to ordinarily it's going to be about 2% a year. So we're looking at a 4-year period, that would be about 8%. just due to, it depends a little bit about where we're talking about and when we're talking about it. Cars were way higher than that amount. But for many items, for restaurants, for retail and stuff, we're looking at price increases about 20% over this time period. I haven't seen so many $20 hamburgers in my life, and I hope that's gonna change. Construction and B2B at the bottom, smaller pieces of your overall pie. You can see that food line item there is the biggest piece of the overall pie. We break this down kind of through time. On the left, you can see a 5-year kind of history with the columns being totals for each quarter. You can see it sort of fall off the cliff there, kind of towards the middle left of the chart where the pandemic started, then some recovery over time. You can see up on the top right for this quarter, we're just down slightly, down about 1%. So basically flat, a little less than flat. From an economic perspective for this quarter. And we can kind of go through retail just slightly down. Foods continuing to have a little bit of growth. Again, restaurants continue to kind of have a longer tail, if we'll call it that, to the recovery for many areas. Transportation was one of the areas that was down. This is largely due to the price of gasoline being down this in Q2 compared to the same quarter the prior year. If you remember the prior year, that was when the Ukraine war started. Prices for gasoline went through the roof. We have since seen prices remaining high. So we'll see how we do in the fourth quarter. The third quarter, which we're not to yet, but we do know what gas prices were, will remain a little bit of a drag on your overall sales tax. County pool, again, this is about 20% of your sales tax comes in through the county pool. This is things like e-commerce, things like construction or B2B materials coming in from out of state that use tax is applied there. As we can see for this quarter, we're up about 10%. The county pool is how your local businesses are doing as a percentage of all the businesses throughout the county, gives you that jurisdiction total at the bottom. So if your businesses are doing better than everybody else, your percentage is going to come up. You're going to get a little larger slice of the pie. And that's why you're up 10%, where the overall county is only up about 2.5%. So that's a good thing if you're sort of on the rise. In terms of sales tax future, this is part of what we provide each quarter, is try to predict where you're going to finish the year and what the upcoming years might look like. For last year, we thought you guys would finish this year at what is that, about 3.435, and for 23 for the current year at about 3.459. For this year, you were at 3.452. What's the difference there? It's about $17,000. So we were pretty close for the immediate prior fiscal year. For this year, we're looking at kind of slowish growth. Again, we're seeing some slowdown overall in the economy, or at least that's what we're predicting for the next few quarters. Not necessarily a recession, more of what we're kind of calling just kind of a slowdown. Those first numbers that I showed you, we've already been seeing that over the last few quarters. Historically, just kind of looking through, the yellow is kind of where you've been in the past. The gray is sort of where we're looking at into the future. You can see the sort of decrease, kind of a V-shaped, I guess you would call it, sort of recovery there, kind of getting back to where we would expect. Ordinarily with inflation kind of boosting prices 20%, we would expect you to kind of be above that dotted line at this point. So that could be seen as a good thing, that there's still some sort of lingering recovery that hasn't quite happened yet for the local business community. In terms of some of our current assumptions, again, is mild slowdown to start kind of right around the middle of the year. We haven't seen the data for Q3 yet, but we're kind of saying Q3, Q4, Q1 be fairly slow. Federal Reserve interest rate increases kind of cooling down the economy to a certain extent. The economy seems to be kind of cooling on its own. Whether the interest rates are reason for that or not is still kind of up to debate. But inflation has been coming down, so that's a good thing. The inflation during the pandemic has been very unusual because we've had supply side issues as well as demand side issues. So economists are having a field day trying to figure out everything that's going on. we're looking at more moderate levels for inflation next fiscal year. Again, possibility of recession. Most analysts think that if it does happen, fairly mild, short duration. So the delta between a recession scenario and a non-recession kind of soft landing scenario, not really that much difference. In terms of kind of, again, what we're looking at, as I said, we kind of hope you're going to turn a corner and start seeing the new normal. We're still sort of turning the corner and kind of having a fuzzy picture of what's going on ahead. Greater than levels of uncertainty means that greater potential variance for the forecast. You guys tend to be a little bit more steady eddy, a little bit easier to predict than some that kind of have a lot more volatility. So in terms of your forecast, even if we did have a little bit of a recession, I don't think it's going to impact you as much as we might see for other areas that are more reliant on, say, car sales, something like that. Then just some of the areas of uncertainty, recession, is there a recession hanging out there? What will the federal election this upcoming year, as well as some of the leadership stuff going on right now, how's that going to affect the economy? Potential federal shutdown. Are we going to experience a downturn, recession? How deep, how long? Gas prices remain sort of very volatile, especially here in California. And you know, the lingering inflation, how's the Fed going to approach that in the next few quarters? You know, that we've seen a resilient American consumer. How long is that going to last? We've seen unusual savings rates. Those have come down, debt starting to go up, kind of what's going to happen there. So again, ultimately, we're trying to kind of see it out into the future. When are we going to achieve that new normal? What exactly it's going to look like? We're not quite there yet. That is about it that I had for you tonight. Any questions? Happy to field those.
Okay, questions? No, well, thank you very much. We'll see if there's any public comment or questions. Is there anyone in the room?
The city council is taking comments on item 10C, the sales tax presentation. Mayor Anduri, I have no speaker slips for persons in the meeting hall, and I have no hands raised.
Okay, thank you very much for the report. And we're moving on to 10D, Creeks Committee, annual update from the Creeks Committee.
We're there. All right, another year has passed. Thanks for having us tonight, Mayor Anduri and council members. We really appreciate your continued support on our projects here. We have a full committee again this year. We lost Phil Bradley, who was on for like 8 years, and so we really appreciate his work over the years. And now we have Christine Lee to replace him, and we're looking forward to working with her in the coming years. So we'll be respectful of your time, and just each of us will say a little bit about things that we worked on over the past year. So the first thing is the First Street Rain Garden project, and I think most, if not all of you, were there for the opening event that we had, and that was really fun. And we thank the council, city staff for all their work on it, and the Park Trails and Recreation Commission for their support on that project throughout the many years, it seems, and it was to finally finish that up and put it to bed. And I think it's a great public amenity. So now I think David Clark will speak.
Yeah,
for a moment.
Mayor, you said to keep this quick, so I'll say that we, after about a 5-year effort, we successfully, as a group, all of us together, were able to codify the Downtown Creeks plan, period, in the period.
Thank you.
There we go.
Another one member of our committee is not able to attend tonight, Ron Huft. He was going to make part of this remark, but he is spearheading the restoration work that we've been working on in the gazebo area and at the West Reach, which is across the street from the Veterans Building. And we've also been working on restoration at Las Trampas Creek near at Lee Creekside Park. During this whole process, we've collaborated closely with the Walnut Creek Watershed Council. We here in Lafayette, our creeks fall under the Walnut Creek Watershed. So we collaborate closely with them. And Ron Huft is a member of our committee, and he's also on the board of the Walnut Creek Watershed. So that's what we're doing. We're using the volunteer events when the city organizes volunteering. It really helps our creeks a lot. We make huge strides forward with removing invasive species and planting native riparian plants. Thank you.
As Will mentioned, and following Mayor Dury's suggestion several years ago, we completed installation of signage where our roads in Lafayette cross, all 7 creeks. And we were fortunate to secure the help, especially during the lack of rain. We really needed some girth to help us dig the holes and so forth. And he also, Braden Christie is his name. He also got a qualification for his Eagle Scout. So as a commemoration, we 2 meetings ago, we gave him a nice plaque with a nice wood plaque with one of our Lafayette Creek signs in honor of him. So he has something for his wall. But it was a very, very positive result. And hopefully when you're walking, riding, you'll see, at certain creek heads, where they cross, you'll see our work.
Okay, so one other thing that we've done this year very quickly, as it seems, is we've updated and so to speak, our homeowners creek guide to maintenance and repair and planting. It turned out that it was 20 years out of date, and we've been trying to work on it for years. We took a look at it and decided that like over half of it were things that people really shouldn't be doing to their creeks themselves. They need to hire someone and get permits and things. So we thought that was probably not a good idea to suggest that people try taking these things on by themselves. So we updated the website, the city website, with new information that basically takes people to other websites that are much better than our creek guide was at telling them how to handle problems with their creeks. And the county website in particular was quite good. So we took care of that pretty quickly. Oh yeah, I guess Chris is our new member.
Hello. The Creeks Committee will continue to monitor city meetings, and we have representatives who have been assigned, or committee members who have been assigned to track other city commissions and committees. We're looking for any impact that the Creeks Committee can have on other business and vice versa, what may be happening that may affect the Creeks Committee. And we will bring the information that we learn back to our committee meeting.
And just to sort of wrap it up, we're looking forward and hoping that we are successful in obtaining money for the West Reach project, and looking forward to figuring that out and implementing it if and when that money does come in. In the meantime, we're going to start looking at other options or additional options for getting grant funding to support that project and others in town. In particular, also, we will continue getting money, I think, from the watershed, Walnut Creek Watershed Council for our restoration work at several sites in the city, and obtaining mitigation money that comes through them to continue that work. In addition to, holding more volunteer events, the community day this year will definitely take part in. And then finally, we're looking at how we might implement this riparian vegetation plan that was identified in the 2017 Downtown Creeks Plan, and looking for ingenuitive ways of getting that funded. And so if there's any ideas from your end, we'd appreciate it, and we'll continue our search for how we might get that plan put together. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you to each of you and to Ron and Austin for all the work on this. This is really a full list of accomplishments for the year and ambitious projects coming up. So thank you. I have to say the signs by the creeks exceeded my expectations. Those signs really look nice, and I think it helps familiarize people. If you can name your creek, you feel closer to it. So it's a great project. Thank you for
plan to maintain as ID vegetation that's close to cover, washing it once a year.
Yeah, thank you. All right, comments or questions, questions, I guess.
Oh, not a question.
Well, comments.
Comments. I just want to thank you as well. I know creeks are such an asset to our community, and as you are, it takes a lot to bring to bear the projects that you've been working on for a long time, and patience and research, and really hands-on. So thank you so much for all that effort. And Chris, excited that you have joined the Creeks Committee. But thank you for the great work, and you've just added to what is already a special thing. And we're looking forward to more and working collaboratively on exactly as you say, well, how can we bring ingenuity to bring these other projects to bear. So thank you.
All right, is there any public comment?
Mayor Anduri, I have no speakers slips for members in the community hall, and no hands raised.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to the consent calendar. I would like to remove 11C simply because I'd like our city attorney to address an issue. But would anyone like to pull any other item? Okay, seeing none, is there any member of the public who'd like to request that we remove an item from the consent calendar?
No one has given us a speaker slip, and there's no hands raised.
Okay, we have a motion for adoption of 11 A, B, and D.
I move adoption of the consent calendar A, B, and D.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Garinger, seconded by Vice Mayor Dawson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. So we have approved, among other things here, the public art revisions. Thank you very much, Jenny, for all your work on that. And we've approved the memorandum of understanding with respect to the two-part concept. So, thank you. Thank you, Jonathan, for all your work on that. Mala, thank you for your work on that. Okay, we are on to item 14, public hearings. I think we'll plan, it's 8:20, we'll plan on taking a break at 9, just so around 9. Okay. Ms. Robles, will you take the lead? Ms. Elrod.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members, members of the public. We're giving you a housing element update. Next slide, please. We'll talk about what the feedback we're looking for and the direction we're looking for. We'll discuss a little bit about the timeline both leading up to this to this meeting and also follow-up steps. Opportunity sites updates. We want to address the public comments regarding the Silva South. More discussion on realistic capacity and future development, and then sort of run through a list of the red lines to the housing element.
Thank you.
Next slide. Our specific requests are to provide feedback on the revised draft housing element and its attachments. Second item, we'll talk about a little bit more in when we discuss the minimum or the zone density. Consider adding a program requiring future multifamily housing to be built at least 88% of zone capacity. This would be called a minimum density requirement. 3, direct staff to submit an approved revised draft housing element to the State Housing and Community Development Department, also known as HCD, on October 26th, just a few days from now. Direct staff to prepare necessary general plan and zoning amendments to enable adoption of the housing element and the zoning components by January 31st, 2024. Next slide. Just as a background of what's been happening in the recent past, we had a 7-day public review period, which began on October 19th and will end on October 25th. This is a statutory requirement. We're looking to resubmit the complete revised element to HCD, as I mentioned, on the 26th. HCD has a statutory 60-day review, which ends by December 26th. Rezonings must be complete by January 31st, 2024. And this includes adoption of the revised housing element that must be done in that month, as well as the point to be made, not meeting the January 31st, 2024 rezonings would increase our exposure to the builder's remedy projects. We are already have exposure to builder's remedy projects, but the statutory deadline for rezoning, since we don't have a certified housing element yet, is January 31st, 2024. Next slide. So I want to give a little bit of background just to catch people up on what we've been doing. The council adopted the housing element update in January 24th, 2023, and we submitted it to HCD on January 31st. We received our second HCD review letter on March 29th. We brought back the review of the HCD letter to City Council on April 23rd. And between May and July, staff prepared a variety of revisions to the housing element and safety element. On July 10th at the council meeting, we discussed a variety of AFFH programs that's affirmatively furthering fair housing. And then 2 days later, we met with the HCD reviewer regarding those programs, as well as the site's criteria. July 24th, we had a council meeting on the safety element. August 28th, the council meeting discussed more on opportunity sites and the safety element. And then the September 26th council meeting, we again discussed the opportunity sites. Our next steps, if you decide that we should resubmit to HCD, we will do so on the 26th. During November and December 2023, we'll prepare rezoning documentation and objective standards for areas to be upzoned and FBO sites. That's faith-based organizations, FBOs. December 26th is the deadline for HCD to return with comments. December 18th, 2023 would be the review of the housing element, GP designation and zoning, including objective standards at the Planning Commission meeting. January 8th and 22nd of the next year would be the review by the City Council, including GP designations and zoning, including objective standards. And as I mentioned, January 31st is the statutory deadline to rezone, after which, as I mentioned, the exposure to builder's remedy becomes more significant. Next slide, please. I want to, as a sort of follow-up for our last meeting of what we've done, we've increased the ADUs to 27 units per year over the 8 years for 216 units total. We've developed scenarios including FBOs in the sites inventory at 35 DU per acre. We've retained the 88% capacity analysis. We kept the Lafayette Plaza Shopping Center site, McCullough's, at 1.32 acres. And we added back in the Desco sites, the parking in front of the city offices at 3675 Mount Diablo, as well as the vacant building at 3687 Mount Diablo. There has been no change in the downtown density since the city planning, since the city council adopted in January. And I wanted to say a little bit more about, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, about faith-based organizations. Governor Newsom did sign SB 4 on the 11th of this month, which allows development on both faith-based and higher educational institution lands. It would be required at 30 DU per acre of a minimum density for Lafayette. This also requires project labor agreements or prevailing wage, and developers are not subject to CEQA review. And regardless of what the city plans to do with FBOs, the city will need to ensure objective development standards are in place by January 1st when the law becomes effective, should the church wish to develop on their property. Next slide, please. I want to remind folks that of the FBO's income distribution, the distribution would be heavily skewed towards very low, some moderate and some above moderate. This is consistent with SB 4. And the question has come up in either some public comments, whether or not the city can really use FBOs in the sites inventory. And the answer is yes. It's happening all over the place, including Orindo, Los Altos, Long Beach, Redondo Beach, Laguna Beach, El Monte. They're using, and the state is accepting the use of FBOs as opportunity sites to meet RENA. Next slide. So based on all the information I previously provided for you, we roughly have a 19% buffer for the low and very low income, an overall buffer of 52%. And this includes FBOs. It includes all of the rezonings that we have had in place since January. Next slide, please. I want to say a few words about De Silva South. There have been a lot of public comment requesting putting up to 16 acres of De Silva South back into the inventory. This site was originally removed by the City Council in November of 2022. And specifically, the council elected not to include any sites that were in the very high fire hazard severity zones in the scope of the final EIR. So the Silva site is not already in the EIR. The staff and discussions with the city attorney really put us that these amendments will push the city further beyond the January 31st deadline if we were to go back and add De Silva South back in. Next slide, please. I also want to talk a little bit about the realistic capacity. We've shown in our documentation that recent non-density bonus developments average about 88% of zone density. However, as I mentioned before, HCD is not certifying housing elements with realistic capacities even closely approaching 100%. 90% has also been noted by some jurisdictions that they were not able to use it. Orinda is certified, their actual development averages 88% of zone density, but their inventory projects only 60% of zone density. San Ramon was also certified. Their average development was 80%, but their inventory projects only 75%, except in mixed use zones, whereas 60%. Now, I think you'll see from public comment, a repeated public comment, including in this round, some advocates are arguing that Lafayette's 88% proposed realistic capacity should be based on a different mix of developments, which would yield a lower number. We can just, discuss what those are, but the overall thrust of it is that some advocates are saying that that number 88% is too high. And should HCD disagree with Lafayette's proposed 88% realistic capacity, we fear that there will be additional comment rounds with the state and that we will not meet the January 31st, 2024 deadline. I just want to put this out here as why we're requesting that you consider this. To address this and other issues similarly, some jurisdictions are requiring a minimum density to be built in future developments. And we discussed that actually in the last housing element of the possibility of doing that. It didn't actually happen. But as an example, Danville adopted zoning changes in January of this year that provide a range of densities from 30 to 35 DU per acre, with the minimum at 30. In other words, the future developments must build at least 30 DUs per acre, which is 86% of the 35 density upper range. In other words, Danville's minimum density is therefore 86% of total zone density or capacity. So requiring all future multifamily housing developments in Lafayette to be at least 88% of zone density as a requirement would render the realistic capacity arguments moot. As I said, we have very deep concerns that having the state, which is traditionally pretty opaque when it comes to telling us what we can and cannot do, they simply say, you haven't given enough information, you haven't given us enough information, and we could go around and round on this for a very long time. With that before you, I just want to briefly mention the revisions to the housing element itself. These are all red lines in the packet. It's been made available online. We've updated the prior review, the prior housing elements review accomplishments to address some questions that the state has asked for. We've provided an additional narrative for local factors impacting AFFH. And we have a revised AFFH inventory analysis that also includes FBOs. We specifically were able to get that done, showing that FBOs do meet do not increase concentrations of lower income households in already impacted areas, et cetera. The inventory methodology was revised to address concerns expressed about each individual site's feasibility for development and realistic capacity. We did this through analyzing each site through a lens of a variety of objective criteria and determined which ones we could include and which ones we couldn't. For example, we decided part of the reason that the whole Desco Plaza was not included, all three developments, was because we felt that the one in the middle did not meet enough of the criteria. And we made modifications to the inventory to add FBOs in the portions of the Desco properties, as well as new narrative to describe these changes. We've provided additional analysis on non-vacant sites and their suitability for inclusion in the inventory. We have new discussion on constraints analysis in areas that the HCD specifically asked us to provide more information on. We've added programs to address mobility opportunities in high resources, lower density areas of the city. This is an AFFH concern, which the FBOs in fact help do, amongst other things that we're doing. And then revisions throughout the documents to provide additional clarity and commitments and timing. We've gone from a handful of programs in the last housing element to, I don't even know how many we have now, but the number of programs we actually make commitments to do things is far beyond what we've ever done before. Next slide, please. So again, with that, we'd like you to provide us with a feedback on the draft and its attachments. We'd ideally like you to approve the addition of a program to require future multifamily housing to be built at least 88% of zone capacity as a minimum density requirement. We can talk about that some more, about what that will entail. We'd like you to direct staff to submit the housing element update to HCD following the completion of the 7-day public review, and direct staff to begin drafting necessary zoning amendments to ensure we can adopt by the end of January 2024. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions? We'll do questions from the council, then we'll do public comment, then we'll bring it back to the council. So while people are looking at questions, can you go back to, I think it was about the third slide. I was talking about timing. Well, it definitely wasn't the third slide. The project.
Or the one before.
Right
that?
there, right there.
Okay.
So the next steps. All right. So am I reading this right? You've got December 18th, 2023 for the planning commission. So that's now, is it possible to go to the planning commission if HCD takes the full 2 months to get back to us?
We are going to ask for an expedited review. They have until December 26th. Sometimes they will do an expedited review, sometimes not. I think that we probably have enough information at least to go to the planning commission with what we have, and at least and then can reapprise them in January if need be about any other changes that were made that, you know, were things we didn't think of that HCD came back for. But ideally, we want to get rolling on the GP changes and zoning, including objective standards, because that's going to take time to implement and have it read and have it, you know, it takes a while to implement those changes. So we need to start that. I don't know if the planning director has any other comment about that.
Planning Director Wolf, do you have any thoughts on that? Okay, so now we're saying that we are aiming to get the second reading of the zoning changes in before January 31st.
That is ideal, yes.
Okay. And, you know, just, I guess, remind the public that while HCD has 60 days, it's entirely possible, not probable, but that they would come back in 30 days and we'd have a lot more time to do it.
We have to go and plan for the worst case scenario, which is the 60 days. We have tried repeatedly with the state to get them to meet with us to talk about some things. Have only had limited success talking to them about, we got them to talk about AFFH concerns as well as the site selection criteria, but beyond that, we've basically fallen on deaf ears. And so we will ask for meeting with them, ask for expedited review, but we can't guarantee it.
Okay, questions? Councilmember Kwok.
On the second to last slide with the 4 asks that you had, the second ask related to the 88% number, right? And having that as a minimum requirement to build to. Could you describe a little more about how we would implement that? And if we did implement that, is that something that stays there forever? Or is that something that could be adjusted later on?
It could be theoretically adjusted later on. However, it would impact, because we would need it to meet RENA, we would have to be very careful about not changing it during the cycle unless we could prove that developments were coming in at 95% or some or whatever. But in terms of the underlying zoning and the 88%, we would have to be able to, we can't demonstrate at less than 88% right now. And so to invoke a minimum density requiring it would cement that into the housing element, rendering some of these other arguments that we're going to go back and forth on moot, as I mentioned.
Okay, but by setting that at 88%, I don't know whether other cities who have done it, does it discourage housing that might, you know, somebody wanted to build something less dense there, but
yes,
then, you know, it's if I have to do such a big,
you'd have to do 88%. Yes. And that's at least in terms of the housing element opportunity sites, that is what the requirement would be. We are required in the housing element to say we are going to zone X many acres at this density and X many acres at this density at X many acres at this density. You know, I would defer to the city attorney about whether the 88% would apply across the board or only to opportunity sites or whatever, but that I think overall, the 88% zone capacity as a minimum density is the only way that we can really move forward without having a long back and forth with advocates and about what our actual realistic capacity is. Never mind the fact that we've done many things with density bonus, but that doesn't matter to the state. I think overall the thrust of what I want to say is we are doing everything to try and guarantee that you can get certified at the end of January. And that's why we've made these recommendations so that we don't keep going. Oh, I mean, some jurisdictions are still continuing in Southern California, still continuing to go through new iterations with HCD. They still are not certified. They have builders remedy projects, and that we would like to avoid.
Okay. City Attorney, would you like to comment?
I think we would, at a minimum, it'd have to be all the op sites. And then I think we, at the 88% minimum capacity, as Diana mentioned, I think to address the question of whether it would be other sites, I think we'd have to look closely to see if we could strategically make it in some ways uniform, in other ways, if we don't want it to apply across the board, have some level of uniformity across the board. We'd need to look at it closer, but I couldn't guarantee that it would be everything, but at a minimum, it would be those op sites.
Okay, let me ask a follow-up question on that. Why haven't cities done this? What's the downside to requiring 88% of zone capacity?
Well, cities have done it.
I mean,
But in general,
it's done it.
I think what could happen is that a developer might want to do a very large development of townhomes and leave half of the site undeveloped or whatever. I think that it changes somewhat the potential product type that you get. But in terms of, you're in a position where you have to meet a number, and this is like one of the only places that we can see doing it.
And I'll just add that minimum densities were discussed early in the process amongst GPAC. Yep. And there was the determination made by the group to exclude this program since it hasn't been necessary to require this level of development on properties in the past, because we were getting density bonus projects. But now, since the state is pushing us to not account for those projects, we're in this position now.
Okay, well, just an example, if the terraces project were coming along today, what would be the minimum density, the minimum number of units?
Was it 22 acres?
No, but if we were.
If they were an offsite, and then 22 times 35 times 0.88, whatever that number is. I can't tell you off the top of my head. Do you, who's good at math?
750, 80, yeah, it's about
677 units or so.
Yeah, okay, just curious. Okay, other questions?
Follow up to that. So Danville proposed this and
Danville adopted it.
Oh, they did?
Yes, as a part of, they adopted the zoning changes with their housing elements adoption in January before the deadline. So they've already done the rezoning.
Right. Oh, I see. I'm glad you brought this up because I was looking at different places with the numbers we're looking at, and San Carlos also is looking to adopt minimum density at 75%. And they're supposed to find out tomorrow, actually. So it'll be interesting. Just a heads up, you might want to take a look at that. But I do like this idea. It makes sense. And I went to look at their rationale as well. It is basically to ensure they can achieve the minimum densities that they're setting up for these opportunity sites. So it makes sense. It's very rational. But thank you for that.
Okay, questions? Yep. Councilmember Rendell.
Yeah, so would this also apply to the FBOs? Because they are included as opportunity sites. Okay, so then my question is like, is it only for the amount of acreage we included at realistic capacity? So basically we're upzoning, say not the Silver or the McCullough's sites, but we're only including 1.6 acres. And so we'll only make them do 88% of 1.6 acres of their, or the total lot size.
It would only be the opportunity. I mean, we have to research more, as Mala said, it would be only for the McCullough side, it'd be, it's 1.32 acres. And it would, 88% would apply to that site if we are able to do.
But we upzone the whole property. So how does that work?
So the necessary yield from it would be of the portion of the site which is identified as an op site.
Okay, all right, that's how we would be able to frame it, and it would cut down the actual acreage from the total site just for this particular criteria to achieve it for our housing element. Okay, that was my.
Well, is that what other cities have done? You know, because here again, we've got a larger piece of property and we've identified a portion of it as an opportunity site. So if we talk about 88% of zoned capacity, are we really only talking about the portion of the zoned area that we've identified as a opportunity site?
I defer to the city attorney on that. I don't know how that works.
I'm trying to envision, I mean, we would, in theory, have a density of X, let's say it's, you know, whatever it is, 50 units to the acre. And then if we're only using a portion of the site, maybe we'd have to figure out the minimum density for that site is X, which is the 88% of the portion of the site that we're calculating. It might get a little complicated. And I think that's a fair question. We need to double check how.
Yeah, well, if it would work that way, that's fine.
Right,
I mean,
right. I think
math
that
is
we agree with that,
difficult.
right?
Yeah.
But that would, right, that would change the overall zoning of the property, which is probably not what we want. That's not what I don't think that's what we can do, right?
No, it wouldn't. How would it change the
No,
zoning?
the other way to do it is to change the zoning, right, of the site to achieve the number of units that we want based on the amount of acreage of percentage of that site. That's not how we probably want to do it, right?
Right. I think what you're saying, Councilmember Kendall, is we don't want to have it just be 88% of the entire site.
Exactly.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Oops, sorry.
Keep going.
Okay. Would it be possible, I mean, on the, we're working now from the chart that Greg sent out, I think on Friday or today, that shows now the direction that the council gave in whatever it was, February. I can't remember exactly when it was, the February meeting, that the area 3B was to be 35 dwelling units per acre, and area 4 was also to be 35.
Right.
Okay, so that's now reflected here. And I'm just going to ask, would we be losing any opportunity sites if we zoned area 5B from First Street east to Second Street, between First Street and Second Street, if we zone that 35 dwelling units per acre?
Mayor and Drury, again, the question is, would we lose any opportunity sites? Or would it
impact our
if-
RENA numbers if we were to keep the existing zoning between in the portion of the block that faces Mount Diablo Boulevard between First Street and Second Street?
So referencing area 5B is this area on the east end along Mount Diablo Boulevard. And as you can see in the summary table, that the east end actually contains a large proportion of our opportunity sites.
No, but I'm not talking about the whole east end. I'm just talking about between First Street and Second Street. I don't think there's any opportunity sites there, but I'm open to being.
So on the map, you will see opportunity sites up there, but they are pipeline projects as
Right.
part of the Miramar Lafayette Lane project.
And they've already been done under 35 per acre.
And Shodek, yes. So it's two approved projects are in the opportunity sites as pipeline projects. So there are no opportunity sites that have not been entitled. So it wouldn't affect the numbers on the RENA worksheet.
Okay, thank you. And then I wanted to ask, you talked about SB4 and the FBO sites. There was a lot of comments about the impact on evacuation potential and other safety issues if we were to upzone those properties. And so I can see that SB4 as it stands is 30 per acre and we would be upzoning at 35. But other than the difference in from 30 to 35, is there any impact on public safety in rezoning as opposed to just going with SB4?
Well, the difference between SB4 and what the city would provide is SB4 specifically exempts them from CEQA analysis of any kind. So you could have, and we are currently working with our EIR consultants to discuss what the impacts of, upzoning the FPO sites would be, what kinds of impacts they would be, and an individual project would have to go through CEQA as well. So yes, it's possible that there are impacts, but we wouldn't know that until we had, we first are going to have a first level of the programmatic aspect that ESA is currently undertaking. And then an individual project would be subject to CEQA as well, which it wouldn't be under SB4, which is why we want to try to make the city's program more enticing, if you will, than the state's program, because we want the projects, I think you want them to go through CEQA to make sure that they are, deal with things like evacuation hazards and so forth.
Okay, so what you're saying is if we stay with SB4 as it is, there'll be no looking at evacuation hazards or impact on the neighborhood.
I would assume none.
Okay, and if we zone it,
yes,
then that becomes part of what has to be done.
Correct.
Okay, I'm not going to ask you to opine as to whether that is safer or not safer. Okay. Other questions?
I just want to clarify. So if we rezone that, is that similar to what we were talking about before, like an overlay for that particular faith-based offsite?
It's not an overlay, it would be underlying zoning.
Yeah.
Yes, there's no way, as the city attorney talked about it at our last meeting, there's really no way to use an overlay because of the Clovis case that the underlying zoning, if you want to use housing sites as opportunity sites in the housing element, the underlying zoning must be if you're proposing 35 units, it's the underlying zoning has to be that.
Okay, and to confirm, we are proposing 35 versus the 30, just because so we can get the bang for the buck, so to speak, on the very, very low income, and those numbers there that are embedded in SB4.
The numbers that are embedded in SB4 are more, they don't split between very low and low. We did it that way, and we can talk, we did it that way so that we could demonstrate meeting RENA. The SB4 allows them to basically do anything from 0 to 80% of median. 75% of the units have to be 0 to 80% of the median. So they could put them all towards, 80%. One of the things, I mean, obviously we haven't developed a program yet, but the way we're looking at it is to get more very low income units out of it.
Right. Thank you.
Oh, just a follow-up question on the FBOs in terms of the underlying zoning would stay in place even after the FBO, if it were to be sold to a new buyer, the underlying zoning is in place.
It runs with the land, correct?
However, just remind me, is there income, does it come with the requirement that what percentage needs to be at what levels of income for if the new buyer were to build there. This-
We would have those in, well, we could structure it to have it in place, we would have deed restrictions on the property to begin with. So,
So what's on the screen right now is
Yes.
for our ordinance, not, this is not SB 4.
right. No, it's not. It's slightly different. The above moderate 5%, actually, the 5% in the bill is actually people who work for the church. So it may not be above moderate, maybe all lower income people. We are taking the stance that they could have 5% above moderate.
Okay, so just to clarify, what we see on the screen here would be for Lafayette.
Yes,
And that would, if the property were sold to somebody else, this is what the requirements would be for building up to 35 DU.
I would defer specifically to the city attorney about whether that would the distribution of income for the units run with the land as well.
We would have this in the ordinance, and then if someone actually developed in this capacity, we would require a deed restriction to require this for a set period of time. And so that would run with the land. But we would have in the ordinance, in order to take advantage of this, you'd have to meet these criteria. And so if the property were sold, that still would have to happen.
Okay, and if they did not do that, then is there any underlying zoning? It's still 35 with these restrictions.
Correct. Or they could obviously remain a faith-based organization in its totality without providing affordable housing.
Okay.
Okay, other questions? Okay, let me turn to,
I had
please, go
one.
ahead.
Sorry, back on the 88% minimum density requirement. And you mentioned that again was as a way to address housing advocates, right? I think you used the word, or was it
Yes.
in the eyes of the HCD? Is that if we impose those 88% minimum density requirements, would that be favorable in the eyes of HCD?
Yes.
Approving this?
Yes, and the reason is because it's a level of certainty in the discussion about what the track record has been becomes moot. Because the arguments by certain advocates are, we should have a different mix of developments even in the most recent letters from HAC that are in your packet. Talk about, again, that the city should include, for example, the terraces and take out town center, et cetera. And so we've made an argument, but this is going to go back and forth between us and HCD and has elsewhere that they're taking a very strict, HCD is taking a very strict understanding of what, the average capacity has been built and what you include in that. And frankly, we want to get this over the finish line and not go round and round and round over, should this project be included? Should this not? Was it this date? Was it that date? This is going to obviate, I feel strongly it will obviate those discussions, and those discussions will push us further past January 31st. I think we're adamant, we want to get you over the finish line here, and that to do that, this is what we recommend to do that.
Thank you.
So different question. A comment on that was that the fifth cycle, like half of our building in Lafayette was outside of our opportunity sites too, but they don't look at that number. So the yield doesn't, right? I know, just round and round. Anyways, we got some different opinions about the timeline, and I would love an explanation about that.
I think what you saw, if it's okay if I jump in, what I think you saw on the schedule presumes HCD comments before the 60 days is completed. So as Diana noted, they have until December 26th. If we can get them to comply and give us a letter in advance, then that December meeting at the Planning Commission could take place. If they take the full 60 days and they don't respond until December 26th, then I think what we're really looking at is Planning Commission hears this in January. Council hears the first reading of the ordinance at the end of January and adoption of the ordinance at your regular meeting in February. So it pushes it out.
Right. Okay. And then in addition, if HCD wants us to make any changes, even small ones, right? Then there's no way we can meet the January 31st. That's how I'm reading this, right?
Not necessarily. HCD can come back and say to us, give us, they don't give really conditional certification letters, but they say, if you do X, Y, and Z, we will certify you. And we can hope for that as well, that the changes that they want from us are minor enough that is enough to, even though we may be statutorily past the deadline, that we're essentially in compliance as far as HCD is concerned and presumably forestall any builder's remedy projects.
But can we get the, like, I don't think the time, if we get it at the December 26th with or without comments, it sounds like we can't make it. If we get it with comments, even though they say they have to make changes, I don't see how that changes getting through by January 31st. It sounds like the only way we get it early is if HCD comes back early. Is that correct? All right. So the only way we can get it by January 31st is if they come back early. I'm just trying to make sure that everybody understands that, right? I don't want anybody in the public or anybody to understand that we're trying really hard. We're with you, Diana. We want this thing done. But at this point, I think we're relying on HCD to have an expedited review. And if it doesn't, then we have to manage our own expectations that we can't get it done just because everything there's certain timelines associated with zoning changes and all that kind of stuff, right?
I theoretically agree with you, but I think that HCD has taken the position that jurisdictions that are close to it are close to certification, get a letter that say they're close to certification. All you need to do is X, Y, and Z, and a difference of 2 weeks or something doesn't matter. That you could argue with potential builder's remedy that you do have a certified element, even if it's like a week after the 31st. They're still figuring those kinds of issues out in Southern California too. This is not specific to the Bay Area.
100%.
It's a statewide problem of, whether you're going to get a builder's remedy application. I mean, builder's remedy application, you can get one now.
Right. But the
likelihood goes up after
February
January
1st is if we haven't rezoned, I just want the opinion of our city, and they're all saying, if we haven't rezoned everything by then our vulnerability is.
It increases. It's hard to say that we're in substantial compliance with housing element law if we haven't completed our rezone.
Correct. And I that's just unfortunately our reality right now, right? And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying I think that is what I'm hearing, and I want to be optimistic, but it doesn't seem like we're going to be able to make it in any case. At least it's unlikely. Even as much as we want it, it seems unlikely. So there is do we have to upzone our FBOs also by January 31st?
Yes.
We do. Okay. And is that something we could probably get done as well too? Because it seems like it's a little more complicated, but everybody's saying yes.
Yes.
It's not any more different than.
It is, because we're using FBOs to meet RENA, we must complete it by January 31st.
And so I agree. And so I'm just asking our city attorney, that seems like that's within our timeline.
That's what we've anticipated in the schedule.
Okay. All right. There were in AFFH, there was actions 2.3 through 2.8. And 2.3 is the FBOs. And obviously we'll have to go, these are all in the appendix, what is it, G, sorry.
What's in D?
It's in
D, I think
both,
it's in-
actually.
Oh, it's in both? Okay, I was
In
looking at
both,
D.
yeah.
I was looking at D, the matrix on like, what was it, D? That one needs to be changed, but there were some new ones in there that I was not, I'd like some more explanation on. So these are on page, it's at 98 of the PDF. They don't really have page numbers in the matrix, unfortunately, but so action 2.3 is the FBOs, and it talks about generating a program. So obviously that one has to change. 2. Okay, 2.4 we agreed on. I don't have any questions on that. 2.5, it says allow conversions of existing single-family dwellings to 2 units within X mile of downtown. I know we talked about that, and there was a proposed map. So the X was 1/4 mile, right?
Correct.
Right. And I remember us discussing things like it had to be in the same footprint. And I'm not seeing that in here. Did that not get included, or?
It seems to be an oversight that the changes were made in Appendix G, the programs, but not copied over to Appendix G. Our apologies.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then my other questions, so it was done in Appendix G. Okay, cool. So 2.6, and maybe in Appendix G, it goes into, what is there a map? Because I remember we were only going to do that in the low density zones that we specified, right? There were a couple of low density zones that we
Yes.
absolutely,
Yes.
and so they're talking about making all these things. It's like, if we could identify those,
Yes.
cool. 2.7, and it went, incentivize developers to provide a range of unit sizes to provide more affordable design. That is something I don't remember us really talking about.
This was originally, we discussed having a minimum or maximum unit size on average in developments. And in discussions with HCD's accountability unit, they had concerns that that might run afoul of SB 330, specifically pertaining to changing basically down zoning, if you will. That results. And so we said we are going to incentivize providing a range of housing types rather than require a maximum average.
But this one talks about missing middle.
Correct. The idea is to
I thought we
create-
talked about it in our big multifamily developments. We were going to ask for larger unit sizes. in our
We have that for large families, but this is specifically to get smaller unit developments so that that would address missing middle concerns, that theoretically, the smaller the size of the units, the more affordable it would be.
I don't think that was what it was it?
That was the original intention of the program, but it was not to be included in the housing element. So it's included in Appendix D in error. It's been removed from Appendix G.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
2.7.
So
not intended to be included.
2.7 is out. All right. Thank you. And then what about 2.8? And that is also in effect is, so sorry, D.
Can you read the title of it, please?
It's called Monitor Implementation of Missing Middle Options to Determine if Mid-Cycle Changes are Needed. And it now, if AFFH 2.7 is gone, which was the one that's towards missing middle, I guess 2.6 in our multifamily zones, we could monitor those. but unfortunately in the goals, it talks about going citywide, but 2.6 was very specific in our multifamily zones. Also, I'm asking for clarification on.
Renata's looking it up.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was making a note. Can you please repeat the question?
Right. So and so 2.8 says monitor implementation of missing middle options to determine if mid-cycle changes are needed. And so I understand that it was one of the comments in one of the letters that we got. And the only missing middle one that we've got 2.5 and 2.6. And in Appendix D, we're saying that we're doing missing middle across the citywide. And I don't think that was our intent, right? If our programs, our actions are within a quarter mile of downtown and in the low density multifamily zones in downtown, then we should be monitoring these to match our actions.
Yeah, we can correct that language.
Okay.
I think.
And we probably should discuss, is a discussion whether we want to include it, whether we want to even include a mid-cycle correction, right? And so I was just trying to clarify what this was. And then, so it sounds like we know what it is now. And then we can discuss later if we want to implement it. Does that make sense? Okay.
That's good.
All right. Oh, so you guys showed so some other FBOs that other cities have done. And it wasn't clear whether they actually upzone those projects or if they could take advantage of SB4. Did these other cities also upzone their church property, their FBOs?
Some did. I know that Orinda did.
Orinda did a separate upzoning.
Yeah. Yes.
But you're not sure if other cities actually were able to take advantage of them but didn't upzone them.
I don't know, because it would mean some cities have underlying zoning that has density for churches and some don't. I would have to go a city by city review and figure that out.
Okay. All right.
To my knowledge, other cities did an overlay as well. I think before the Clovis case came out, but none, to my knowledge, have relied solely on SB4 to count them as op sites.
All right, cool. I think those were my big ones. Thank you. Thank you guys, honestly.
Okay, and just a couple questions on De Silva, coming back to De Silva. If we were to include De Silva, is it correct that the maximum acreage that we can include as an opportunity site is 9.5?
Yes, this is correct. And the reason is the state law says sites that are less than a half an acre or more than 10 acres are not considered not suitable for affordable housing.
Okay.
And I've asked the state specifically, if the site is 12 acres, could we include it and have the distribution according to the RENA allocation? And the answer was no. We could only use our inclusionary zoning ordinance. Don't ask me what the rationale is, because I couldn't tell you. But that's what they tell us, and that every jurisdiction that has over 10 acres or has pared it down to less than 10 acres so that they could use the RENA distribution of units. That's why we can't go beyond that. We would lose all the available lower income units that we want to get from that.
Okay, and if we were to upzone it to upzone 9.5 acres to 30 dwelling units per acre, would that increase in dwelling units eliminate the need to upzone the downtown?
Not at all. I don't know if Greg did Greg? If we upzoned De Silva to 30 or 35 units to the acre, what would it be required in order to not upzone the downtown? I don't know if you did that analysis. It's a huge number.
I think 45 or 50 units across the 9.5 acres would potentially obviate upzoning in the downtown.
But,
So
but upzoning 9.5 acres to 30 dwelling units per acre would
insufficient.
not be
Correct,
able to avoid upzoning the downtown.
correct.
Okay,
At least some.
Yeah.
Yep.
Some, right.
okay. Any other questions? Okay, Councilmember Quack.
Again, back to faith-based organizations and the minimum density requirement. If we do adopt that 88% minimum and the faith-based, do they have a choice between SB4 path and or ours? And for instance, if they're 35 DU, but then meaning 45 units, let's say, but they only want to build 10 for now, are they permitted? Can they build 10 units?
If under SB4, yes, but not under the city's program because we need those units to meet RENA. That if we invoke an 88% minimum density, they would have to also comply with that. We cannot meet RENA without that.
So the church, just to be clear, the church cannot pick between an SB4 and our ordinance.
Oh, they can.
They can, okay.
Yes,
But you're saying that the city would not get credit for
correct.
a year or two from now?
Oh, I mean, we
And-
get credit for it, but we can't count it against the RENA allocation. What we're trying to do is we're trying to count FBOs against
I
RENA.
think we're talking across.
Okay.
You're not saying don't upzone it. If we upzone it, yes, we can take credit.
That's correct.
Okay, so if we upzone it and there's SB4 prevails, can a church that is at 35 DU, our requirement with an 88% minimum, ordinarily they'd have to build like 45 units or nothing. But what if they only wanted to build 10? That's not permitted?
It would,
Not under the city's program, no.
but if they invoke SB4, it would be permitted.
Yes,
Granted, what we have projected for that parcel under the city's zoning, and what they are actually building, they're coming in lower than what we projected. So over the span of the 8 years of RENA production, it reduces the slope. So it creates effectively a deficit.
It creates a deficit for us, but the church has the right to build a smaller number.
Right.
That's
Correct.
what I want to clarify.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Just
Vice
follow up on
President.
that. SB4 is for nonprofits. If we're putting in moderate, wouldn't that kind of assume that there's a profit factor in there? Because it is basically for very low income.
no, moderate in Lafayette is not. His moderate income is less than market, so it's still considered lower income in Lafayette.
Okay.
Above moderate is a different story. But yeah, so it's not, this is not a profit. This is the 20% is specifically to the SB4 bill. That one is accurate.
Oh,
That's
that
the
that
same.
mirrors the SB4%.
That's exactly the same.
Okay. I thought it was higher on the lower end of the scale, but okay, thank you for that.
Okay. Any questions before we break? Councilmember Cantel.
Back to De Silva, just for clarification, if we choose to put it in, what kind of delay would that put in terms of the EIR?
In terms of the EIR, it would not put in a delay. We analyzed, I had my colleague Sarah Osowitz, who was our CEQA attorney, who reviewed our EIR. She looked at this issue for me and she said it did appear in the final EIR. It was analyzed. It was analyzed as a less than significant impact. So we would not need a supplemental or subsequent EIR, no circulation. However, there would be delays, and I'll defer to staff in order to put it in just in terms of the housing element and whatnot, but it wouldn't necessarily be a CEQA delay.
And I concur with the no requirement to recirculate or prepare a subsequent EIR. I do believe we would need to amend the scope outlined in, or at least the language that was included in the final EIR, which eliminated those and articulate now why De Silva is back in as a very high fire hazard severity zone. So it's that and the preparation of the resolution and ordinance if necessary to articulate. So it's the changes around the scope of the project, just buttoning up all of those. So we believe we could probably do it within 2 weeks. And, you know, much shorter than if we were required by CEQA to do a recirculation. But the analysis of the impacts was done in the draft EIR and reflected in the final. Just the scope of the sites included affirmatively excluded that. All the sites in the high fire hazard.
Okay, I'm thinking that when we come back from break, we'll have the public comments and bring it back to the council. And in terms of breaking down the issues, I thought we'd take them one by one, recognizing that it's not all decided until everything's decided, since all these things impact each other. So I thought we'd start with FBO, and I'm open to, when we come back, if you don't think this order works, that's fine. But start by discussing what we're going to do with the FBOs, whether we upzone them, whether we don't. Then discuss De Silva, whether we include it, if we do, how we do it. And then talk about the downtown, whether there's anything else we want to do. I raised the possibility of that one block, but other things that we might want to look at in the downtown, and then discuss the 88% of zone capacity. And then when we decide those issues, we'll go back and make sure we've got direction on all the factors that lead to the number of units. Yes, well, I was thinking that we would, that doesn't impact the units. I was thinking we can do that. And then, well, I was going to do it as we went through the housing element. And I thought the way we would go through it is just do it first, the housing element, and then A, B, C, D, and not go page by page. But if people have things on there, they do it. And then when we get to D, we can talk about the suite of AFFH programs. Okay, so we'll break until 9:30 and resume then with public comment. Okay, we'll resume consideration of the housing element update. And where it's time for public comments, we'll start first with comments from people within the hall. We have speaker slips.
Mayor Anduri, we do. My first speaker is Rob Lavoy, and Libby Henry has ceded her 3 minutes to Mr. Lavoy, so he has 6 minutes.
Okay, welcome.
Is this on? Yes. Okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you. And welcome everybody, or greetings. Happy to be here tonight. Rob Lavoy, 872 Moraga Road, 33-year resident. And for your nutty online comments, I think you should ask for their address and name before they can talk. But anyway, that's a side issue. The current staff proposal for massively upzoning downtown represents the most important decision that the city council will make in this current term. An incorrect choice at this inflection point is likely to compound in 4 years with another round of mandatory upzoning if we don't meet our aggressive housing goals. I call on the council tonight to carefully choose the best option for the city residents and for the downtown merchants, not to rush into a poor decision based on fear of the builder's remedy, which some argue we may already be exposed to since our plan is not approved by HCD as of March 29th, 2023. Please consider De Silva South, which is the best place in Lafayette to add significant new housing. The appendix in my notes that I sent earlier explains all the reasons why not to upzone downtown. Basically, our current zoning downtown allows us to meet the housing numbers that we need to get with because they limited the De Silva to 10 acres. We probably have to do a little upzoning in area 3A. And that is the exception to my comment there. But with the ADUs and the FBOs, otherwise the existing downtown zoning is sufficient. And if they allowed us to do the whole De Silva, then we could leave downtown alone and upzone De Silva. In reality, we'll probably have a development agreement with De Silva down the road, and we'll probably end up being able to do more than 10 acres, but that's another story. Okay, I'm glad to hear that the De Silva can be added back into the EIR. I read the whole, not the whole thing, but a lot of it. And there was no negative concerns about fire evacuation. The whole model talked about a fire on the at the reservoir going east, and everybody had to go east to First Street and get on the freeway there. But the people in De Silva, they'll hop right on the freeway and be out of there in 5 minutes. So I think the impact of De Silva, even though it's in a very high fire zone, is by, what do they call that? By default, or just whatever, you can just state it. What's the word? Mitigate it. Well, there's a legal term for it's de facto, whatever. So the fire zone, I don't believe is an issue for the EIR. My current recommendation, which has fluctuated a bit with all the changing rules, and I apologize for that. 10 acres at De Silva. The law states that anything over 10 acres is not allowed, so I don't see why we can't go to 10 at 35 per acre. And then downtown remains as it is today, except for area 3A, which goes to 50 density. And if absolutely necessary, go to 75. And if for some reason the FBOs are taken out, then I would say area 5A would be the next thing that I would consider upzoning. Otherwise, keep downtown the way it is, because you guys don't want to see this kind of thing in Lafayette. I was walking around downtown Danville the other day, and it's all 1 stories, maybe a couple little 2 stories. And here Lafayette's talking about 6 and 7 and 8 story buildings. It's just completely crazy for a town our size. And fire risk, et cetera, that I mentioned. I talked to the fire chief, and we have 3 ladder trucks that are available, one at the Concord Airport, one in Walnut Creek, and one in Orinda on Moraga Way. Those take between 10 minutes and 40 minutes, depending on traffic. So do you want to put a 7-story building in downtown Lafayette and be the one that voted for that? And then there's a fire and somebody has a problem. The builder's remedy, we've talked about that already. I think we're probably already somewhat under that, although it's never been litigated. So there's a lot of questions there. But the point is nobody's tried to submit a 50-story building for Lafayette yet. So I don't think it's really as big a concern as people say. And the other thing is, if you have a builder's remedy project, it's one project, not upzoning a whole swath of downtown. So the risk reward is, the builder's remedy is a risk for maybe a week or 2 or a month or 2 months while we get the EIR and everything all straightened out and everything. So I think the biggest issue is just getting the zoning in by January 31st. And my suggestion is, the council says, this is what we're going to do. This is what we think is the best for the city. Make it happen in the plan, and then make it happen in the zoning and get it done by January 31st. And if HCD hasn't approved the plan by then, too bad. We'll deal with them when they reject it. So I have a lot to say, but we're out of time. The 88% minimum is somewhat concerning, considering that
I'm going to have to ask people to stick to the time.
all right, that the whole zone yield is such a fraud that they exclude all the new projects. Every new project has bonus density. So that whole thing is a fraud. We need to make sure if we do require 88 a minimum, that we make sure it's not going to hurt things like the Silva or some of the other big projects. So just got to craft that carefully. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions for? Yep.
So in your calculations, were you suggesting that De Silva is at 30 per acre or 35 per acre?
35.
35. Okay.
Why make it less?
That was my question.
It's a great place to hide density because you've got so much land. You can put green spaces around, and architecturally you can manage that much better than a compact little site downtown where you're 5 foot off the setback and you go an extra story.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Next speaker, David Clark.
Hi, thank you. I'm Dave Clark, and I had a couple of prepared comments, but I'm not going to go into those. I've heard some things tonight that I wanted to highlight and point out to you. I think where we are is that the builder's remedy applies to either one of the 2 options that we're seriously looking at right now. I think when the presentation started, the implication was the builder's remedy did not apply or might not apply to the extant situation, which is developed downtown. And we've heard tonight that that's unlikely. It's unlikely that we'll meet the January 31st deadline in any event. So I think the builder's remedy is potentially going to apply to increase. It technically probably already applies now, but I think the impact may increase after January 31st, whether we go with the extant arrangement or something along the lines of what Rob just explained or described. I like Rob's explanation. I like using Deer Hill. Excuse me. I like De Silva South, and for a number of reasons. One, it's not as congested because we've sort of been forced into this situation where all the development that has to occur is going to occur downtown. I mean, BART's gone, and we don't have the options that we used to have. De Silva is a nice option, and I think allowing downtown to stay at a relatively low density is a real plus for not just aesthetic purposes, but for a couple of reasons. If downtown's 100% upzoned along the lines of what we're talking about, I think it increases value, but it's going to increase the incentive to completely build out all those parcels. So it's almost like the opposite of a death spiral. It's a growth spiral, because we're going to wind up with all the big buildings that we probably would prefer not to have, because there's just going to be an incentive to build each one of those out. The other thing that does, the concomitant effect, is that I think it's going to drive businesses out of the downtown area. So we wind up with this sort of business ghetto, the absence of any businesses. So there's some economic reasons in addition to the aesthetic, I think, that dictate not developing downtown or not putting all the 100% of the development downtown, which makes De Silva South a nice option. I wanted to talk about two things quickly. One is, I think the builder's remedy, it applies equally to the De Silva South option and as well as to the extant option, which we already heard tonight. So we've got the same risk in both places. Given the same risk in both places, the fact that we might be subject to the builder's remedy, why pick the worst of the two options for development? I mean, I think we can certainly proceed with the Silva South and address the builder's remedy issues as we have to. And the one other thing we heard tonight is that the change to the EIR, which is a requirement for the Silva South, probably can get done in 2 weeks. So, query, which is going to take longer, the 2 weeks plus if we have to upzone the site 3A, we got to upzone every site on the other one. It's probably pretty close. I don't see why we should sacrifice the better of the two options when the risk of either one is the same with respect to the builder's remedy.
Okay,
Thank
you very much. Other questions? Okay, thank you.
Stella Witherspoon, followed by Bill Bucher.
Good evening, Council. So what I'm hearing here is that we should preserve downtown heights on the backs of FBO neighborhoods. And I want to make it really crystal clear for all that are in the room and online that upzone FBOs means allow 6-story buildings in Burton Valley, in Condit, in Hamlin, and Acalanes Ridge. SB4 is not the same as the city's proposal. The upzoning plan goes beyond SB4 in its density and its transferability, and city upzoning will be permanent. The city upzoning plan also cannot ensure that projects go through CEQA review because SB4 is still in effect. So city upzoning is no guarantee that fire evacuation concerns will be addressed. So regarding opportunity sites, please follow the HCD's site inventory guidelines, which say when determining which sites are best suited to accommodate the RENA for lower income households, the jurisdiction should consider factors such as proximity to transit, to high-performing schools and jobs, to amenities such as parks and services, to healthcare facilities and grocery stores. The only FBOs that satisfy those are Our Savior Lutheran, Temple Isaiah, and United Methodist, because they're all near all of these amenities. De Silva also ticks these boxes and fulfills the AFFH mandate. So I am really concerned that placing high-density buildings in neighborhoods with narrow 2-lane roads will exacerbate fire evacuation conditions. During the 2019 tennis club fire, people were stuck crawling in long queues, and adding up to 250 housing units in outer neighborhoods will make atrocious evacuation conditions worse. So if you reject De Silva for being in a high fire hazard severity zone, you should also reject high density buildings in neighborhoods where the roads do not support efficient mass evacuations. So you should reject Sun Valley Bible, Living Hope, St. Anselm's, and St. Perpetua's. So we need De Silva for the units, and I believe the fire risk is actually lower at De Silva than at the remote churches. For all the reasons others have mentioned, it fronts a 4-lane arterial, it's 1 minute away from low volume highway ramps. The buildings can be designed with modern mitigation measures and landscaping can be fire-wise. So to me, if fire risk is the deciding factor, De Silva is the better choice. You have space to implement the recommended mitigations in the AG Bonta guidelines, and you can't really mitigate the risk in old established neighborhoods with old wood houses covered in dense vegetation. So in my spreadsheet, you have a 21% lower income buffer and 1,849 units, and that uses your council approved area 1 through 13 densities that were in the packet with De Silva, and only Temple Isaiah, United Methodist, and Our Savior Lutheran as opportunity sites at 35 dwelling units per acre. And then regarding the EIR, I agree with what everyone said. If you're already analyzing FBOs and you can add De Silva and the recirculation is not really necessary, then even if that EIR analysis is completed shortly after January 31st, 2024, the city will only be exposed for a limited time. And I think the trade-off's worth it. So thank you for your consideration and for all your efforts in drafting this housing element. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councilmember Kendall.
Thank you. So it looks like you didn't change any of the downtown zoning. You just added De Silva and reduced the number of FBOs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Got
I left areas 1 through 13 as the staff had them in the report,
Okay, thank you.
but they can be changed.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Bill Bucher, followed by Andy Brown.
Hello, council.
Welcome.
Bill Booker, I'm with the Lafayette Homeowners Council. With the idea of saving time, I concur quite well with the three previous speakers. We would like to see the De Silva property included in the calculation. The one thing I do want to bring up for consideration is this idea of a minimum. That really makes me want to make sure the downtown stays at what it currently is, or maybe goes up to 50 or 45, 50, 60, because if you're now going to do the minimum, it really gets to a developer, coming from a developer's side, is they want to build a project that's economically feasible. And I mean, just like the Terraces project, I always knew that was zoned for 720 units and they picked 315. Now, they did that because they've got to rent them. They've got to, whatever they're going to do. So when you have something at 75 units and you're going to say, now you got to have a minimum of 85% of it, of that max, it may not be a feasible project too. And we may get nothing developed, or we may get something that's atrocious. So I just want to bring that issue up, is maybe the downtown needs to stay there, particularly since we're going to get density bonuses anyways, and they're going to be increased in size anyways. So I wanted to bring that issue up. The other one was the issue that was on the table, I believe that was taken off, was about when a development happens, having more units in the development than bigger units. I actually support that same concept, is if we wanted smaller units so that they meet our affordability goals, having the number of units issue. I think that was removed as one of the items, but we think that's a good idea. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Okay, thank you.
Andy Brown.
Hi there, my name's Andy. And I am here to express my support for this revised housing element. I think it's an example of thoughtful compromise, and it represents years of input from numerous stakeholders, and it balances those differing viewpoints and needs. It builds upon what is realistic, practical, and is the best use of both new and existing state laws to meet the extremely high RHNA threshold and create new AFFH opportunities. To both staff and City Council, thank you greatly for the years that you've devoted to this extremely difficult process. In terms of the new program thoughts announced tonight for a minimum density, I think that makes sense to meet the yield numbers. And I have a slightly different take on builder's remedy. I didn't hear things exactly the same as others tonight. I still think it's very real. And I do think if you're near the property where that one building occurs, as somebody brought up tonight, I think you'd feel differently if you're a property owner right around that one spot that has a builder's remedy building take place. So I do think it's something to take very seriously. And I did have thoughts on the discussing of the Portland's infill project, but I don't know if we're talking about that tonight, but it was in the staff report. So I'll just make a comment that I don't think Lafayette needs to further examine that at the moment. The revised housing element already provides explicit methods to increase missing middle housing opportunities. And we just need to give those programs and policies time to take effect. Thank you.
Okay, questions?
Hey, Andy, just to be clear, you support the current staff with the downtown only plan, or you support the plan that was thrown around with De Silva?
No, I support what staff presented.
Perfect. Thank you. Making sure.
I have no additional speaker slips from members of the audience in attendance, but I do have some online speakers. Our first speaker is going to be Colin.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Sorry I can't be there in person, but at least you don't have to actually look at me, so that might be good. So I'd like to start off quickly. Obviously, I've always been in favor of De Silva, still am. You know, Rob has put it in his numbers. I think he maybe only has 3 of the FBOs in his numbers, but you may need to look at that. But obviously, if we can put De Silva back, it doesn't sound like the EIR is an issue after all. And not do all the big upzoning of downtown, I think that would be fantastic. On the question of yield, obviously it's frustrating. I would say on some of the cities I've seen, I think cities are playing games with those yields. So when you hear about other cities being low, I think what some do is they look at I know on some I've looked at, they'll be looking at a large shopping center. It's maybe 5 acres. They agree to put, say, 50 units on it with the owner, which is sort of what we're doing. We're only taking 1 acre. But then they back into that and they say, oh, well, that means our yield is way low on that site. So there are definitely games being played with that. And that's one thing I think we can look at. If we're only putting so many units on the Plaza Shopping Center, then over that whole area, that's actually a very low yield. So I also then want to look at the AFFH in the appendix D and G 2.5. That's where we've all talked about before. This is the properties within a quarter mile being able to do 4 units. I would ask you not to include anything north of Highway 24, anything in high fire hazard severity zone. I just don't see why you should include that. It's just putting more people in harm's way. And then I would finally just like to say, yes, please look at the mix. But I would say from another point of view, lots of cities, particularly in our kind of locations, are saying, hey, we actually need more 2 and 3 bedroom units for families. Developers love to build studios and 1 bedroom units. So that's something to look at. There are a lot of cities that are saying you've got to be at least 20% 2 or 3 bedrooms, stuff like that. So I think that's another way to look at this. So I'd urge you to kind of look at the sites, and when you're looking at the yield, particularly if you go to a minimum 88%, you could do it more by unit. So you could say on that parcel, you shall not build less than 50 units, and just leave it at that. So you get to the same effect. You can say we've got an 88% minimum, but you're really just saying you shall not build less than this number of units, and kind of do it that way around.
Colin, thank you. Your time is expired.
I am done. Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Okay.
Next speaker, Janine Crow.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Ms. Crow.
Thank you. I would like to speak in favor of the De Silva property. My concern is high rises anywhere, actually, where the fire, our current fire department, none of our firehouses in Lafayette can handle the high rises. And I don't think it is equitable to ask lower income people to go live in high rises in the upper floors that can't be reached by our fire trucks. And it's also not fair to the firefighters who may try to climb up there to get people out and not have any cover from the fire trucks on the ground. We can't rely on Walnut Creek and Orinda and Concord or wherever. We have to rely on ourselves in an emergency. So I against having high rises that our own firehouses cannot reach. We shouldn't rely on ladder trucks from other places. We should have our own. If we need ladder trucks that are higher than what we have, then buy some property immediately and build a new firehouse that can house a big ladder company, a big ladder truck. But the best thing I think is to keep the properties, any new buildings within our reach, our current reach of our current fire trucks. And it seems like using the De Silva property is a way to do that. So you don't have to build high rises in downtown Lafayette. And I also agree with the lady who said, there's a speaker who spoke about the churches. There are churches like St. Perpetua's Catholic Church, for example, that it would, if they had high rises there, I mean, it would be very hard we already have enough problems getting out of here as it is, without having an influx of a huge amount of new people trying to get out in an emergency. So it's not all churches are, in my opinion, are the right place to do a lot of building. Okay, I guess that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Next speaker is Megan Connor.
Oh, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, perfect. Good evening, Council. This is Megan Connor. I'm currently a law student and I grew up in Lafayette, in the Lafayette area, attending Lafayette schools from kindergarten through high school. I really love this community and I have high hopes for how this community can grow in the future under a new housing element. However, it's in my opinion that the city needs to take the builder's remedy more seriously and put forth a more practical housing element draft. Among other things, I'm concerned over the talk about increasing the realistic capacity earlier tonight. The realistic capacity proposed in this draft already appears too ambitious, giving historical precedents that appear closer to 70 to 75% instead of 88%. Ultimately, it feels like the current housing element draft is trying to stretch the truth on realistic capacity, and it's misleading for actual development prospects, which bodes poorly for Lafayette's chances of getting this housing element approved by that January 31st deadline to secure the bike lane funding. Now, I believe that implementing more opportunities for missing middle housing downtown will help resolve some of the issues the city is facing in the drafting process. This is a more practical way of building out affordable housing density in the city. And if the city wants to meet the goals it's setting in this housing element and avoid legal concerns, then it should more seriously consider missing middle opportunities. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Next speaker is Christian.
Hi, City Council. My name is Christian Israelian. I also go to UC Berkeley Law School. And first off, I would like to just thank the City Council for just having a very diligent process. I really appreciate how you guys are taking notes after each speaker. Not a lot of City Councils do that, and that is something I admire. Next thing I wanted to point out was the FBOs, faith-based organizations, added to the inventory opportunity sites. Just because Clovis has added those sites doesn't necessarily mean that HCD will approve those. Like a previous speaker mentioned, HCD has criteria for how they approve these inventory sites. And there was a list of cities that staff pointed to. I'm wondering if those cities have a similar track record of similar development at those faith-based organizations, and whether it justifies adding those FBOs to the RENA numbers. just curious, and also because SB4 was just signed this month. I would also like to reiterate 88% is unrealistic from the previous numbers that you guys have put out. That would be a little suspicious for HCD. And then I would like to leave the rest of my comments for the builder's remedy. SD 423. This is real, and a lot of speakers have been saying that, oh, this has not been litigated, and it has been litigated in Santa Monica, and it was settled. The city settled with the developer who was using a builder's remedy. This is real, and it is coming for many cities that do not have their housing element approved, and I'm strongly encouraging guys to get this in by January 1st. It seems like 2024, and it's really sad to see that this process has come to a final, last minute decision on your part, but this is what you guys, have to do. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Dury, I may not have the internet here. I've lost all my speakers. Is yours on? Oh, here it's repopulating. Let's move on to Michael Griffith, and I'm hoping everyone else can hear us and sign back in.
Okay, Joanne, about how many people are waiting to speak?
Well, I had about 8.
8 more? Okay.
Right now I have 2.
Okay, so we're Mr. Griffiths.
Yeah, I'm hoping you can hear me okay.
Yes, welcome.
So many good things have been said this evening. I know it's been very busy for you to kind of absorb everything, but I would point to a few things just that would come up. FBOs, for example, I think Orinda included a church in their housing element, and their housing element was accepted. I think reviewed at least by HCD in 4 days. So I just add that to the comment about Clovis. Also, in talking to Rob, he indicated that typically in this FBO situation, what is the standard is a neighborhood height. So 1 story, 2 story, plus 1 story. So we're not looking at 6 or 8 story buildings. So I just mentioned those two when it comes to FBOs. Just coming back to the letter I sent in earlier, it's important to note that the Chamber of Commerce repeated their position supporting De Silva, and also GPAC, which was appointed by the council to research this topic. They also supported the idea of De Silva, which is something that I think the majority of residents also want to take advantage of, because it will allow you to retain the current, I think it's 35 units an acre for Mount Diablo. So you have that charm and also the appeal for people who want to buy products and services on Mount Diablo, which wouldn't otherwise exist if you build 8-story buildings, residential buildings with little charm and really kind of a canyon. Regarding the De Silva, I think it would offer a healthier, safer environment for residents and potentially set up the opportunity for much needed play fields. It would also slow down the loss of businesses and jobs, which I think recently it was noted that at least 700 jobs have gone out from Lafayette in recent times, and this will only continue. So it's important to kind of support the Chamber of Commerce and those local businesses. Just references, not negatively, but just as a point of reference, the staff proposal runs counter to the city's mission statement, which is all about small town ambiance and charm. 8 stories on Mount Diablo. I wouldn't call that small town or ambiance or charm. So it's important to leverage the opportunities you have to spread this quota around. So spreading it around to the Silva, the FBOs, and so on would be very valuable. And if need be, area 3A and 5A, as Rob pointed out. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Next speaker is Max Henniger.
Hi, hi, good evening, council. Couple points tonight. One on the builder's remedy. I think we should think about it less as a binary thing. Like, are we 1 day past, 2 days past, and think about more of the time that we're past the builder's remedy. I think the more days that we're past, the more likely it is that you'll get a proposal. So I wouldn't think about it in the way that it was suggested earlier. Well, we might be but past the builder's remedy deadline no matter what. I think it matters whether it's 1 week versus 2 months or more. The second one on the timing is I think the loss of the MTC grant for the pedestrian and bicyclist safety improvements by the middle school. I think that's a big deal. I think that would be a real policy failure if we end up losing that money and having less resources to improve bike safety downtown and by the schools. So I hope that council can take that into consideration in terms of the risk of having an updated housing element that's less likely to be approved by HCD. The next point is about downtown and something to think about downtown versus De Silva. It's that the households that are going to be living in more dense buildings downtown are more likely to be 0-car households, or say a 1-car household versus a 2 or a 3-car household. If you're living out at De Silva, it would be great if all of those folks are, biking to BART or biking into downtown. But realistically, given, bicyclist safety on Mount Diablo and in the distance, it's probably a lot less likely than if those folks are living right in that downtown corridor. So something to think about in terms of the congestion, which I think is a priority for a lot of the folks who commented. The next thing I wanted to raise is that in the letter that Inclusive Lafayette sent over, we proposed a backstop policy where if Lafayette is unable to hit its low-income housing targets mid-cycle, we would automatically upzone downtown. I think that's worth considering too. And then finally, while it was in the staff report, the discussion of the missing middle housing policy in Portland, Oregon, I don't think council has discussed that tonight. So I think we'd be interested in hearing your thoughts on proposing a missing middle policy, specifically with a bonus for additional low-income units. And that's all I have tonight. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions? Thank you.
Next speaker is Cheryl.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. And thank you for this, listening to us in this long evening and this major discussion and all the work that you're putting into this. I just wanted to agree with a lot of the speakers in the past that have talked about De Silva, and I'm in support of De Silva. I think it's a good idea just to take a little weight off of the downtown and keeping the building height down in the main area. If it's possible to keep it all at 35, great. I'm really worried about what's going to happen in 4 years if they would need to upzone. If we don't, we've talked about how we're being set up to fail. So if we're going to be upzoned, I'd rather start at 35 than 50 or 75 and then go from there. Many of us have been talking about fire for about 10 years, about fire safety and accessibility of fire engines through the boulevard. And lately, I guess it was a few years ago when we had Deputy Chief McAllister come in and talk to us, and he said that we needed at least an acre for a fire truck, a ladder truck. And there aren't very many parcels that big. So if we're going to be depending, someone else spoke earlier about the accessibility, or about not depending on Concord and other areas for our fire trucks. We need to take care of ourselves. And the other thing I think we heard, and I might be wrong on the year time, but I think they said it was going to take 8 to 10 years to build a truck of the long line. If that is, someone else might have better memory of that. So we're talking about a long period of time. If we develop a lot of high rises, then we're not going to have the fire truck or possibly the land to put the fire truck. So that really needs to be considered heavily in your decisions that you make tonight about fire safety and accessibility of protecting the people down the top floors of these structures. So I even support of De Silva and keeping the density low in the downtown all the way through, including the East End. And then the other thing that I just wanted to mention is the housing by right is already in place on the East and West and now in the core. So property developers do not have to replace any businesses. And that's the concern. I'm worried about us becoming an old Pleasant Hill. So protecting our commerce is really important. So if it means keeping the density building structure low and giving a better chance for businesses, the better. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you.
Chris is our next speaker.
Hello.
Yes, welcome. We can hear you.
Great. I would ask council to ask our consultant and lawyer whether other cities that have used FBOs as opportunity sites have instituted specific ordinances to limit development to 95% below market rate housing. Restricting development to 95% affordable makes development much more difficult than development at market rate. What will the city's response be if HCD comes back and says, hey, everything looks great except this deed restricted affordability requirement on your FBO affordability sites? Hey, if you drop that affordability requirement and make these opportunity sites just like the rest of your opportunity sites, we're golden. What's city council's response going to be? Are they going to let 6, 8-story developments into all of our residential neighborhoods because they're squeezed up against a deadline? I've looked at many other housing elements. None of them, including Arinda's, have mandated affordability requirements with their FBO upzoning. Another thing I'd like to come up for discussion again is this belief that if we upzone FBOs to 35 units per acre and institute an 88% yield requirement, that a church can somehow just come in and say, I just want to build 5 units for my pastor and other staff. You're telling me that if a church owned 1 acre downtown and was zoned to 50 units per acre with an 88% yield requirement, that somehow SB4 will let them build 2 units? I don't think that's how zoning and yield requirements work. I think FBOs would be required just like everyone else to build to that yield density. SB4 is not magic that lets them do whatever they want. Finally, I'd like to say that I also support De Silva. I'm against FBOs. I think density in downtown makes sense. People worried about business opportunities in downtown, I suggest you look at large cities like Walnut Creek, like New York City. Density breeds business. Business depends on people. More people means more business. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions? Okay, thank you.
Mayor Anduri, we have 5 additional hands raised and Philippe will be calling them from the back since I cannot see them.
Okay, next up, we have Brian Green. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you, and thank you for giving me the time this evening. I guess I just to kind of go through my thoughts. I support limited FBO rezoning if those FBOs are near the downtown corridor. As other callers have said, I do not support rezoning in other places that are more in residential areas. I also support the De Silva South alternative that's been discussed. I think we should maximize that to the extent we can. As much as I don't necessarily like it, I'd rather see upzoning in downtown than in residential areas. So if that means we've got more density downtown, I think that helps preserve our kind of semi-rural feeling that we have in our community that we like so much. And I think we need to kind of defend that. So I'd like to see, again, De Silva South maximized and upzoning as needed in the downtown areas. And based on what I've heard, I also don't think we should let the January 31st deadline rush us to a kind of a less than ideal solution. I know it's been a long road, but I think, if you look at risk of the builder's remedy, from where I sit, I believe that is kind of a limited risk for going over that deadline a few weeks, if that's what it takes to put the plan in place that we really think is our best plan. So, and then finally, if we are going to rezone all the FBOs, which I hope we don't, but if we did, I think we should limit it to the density that's required by SB4. I don't think there's any reason to go beyond that. And, the more we can minimize that, the better in some of those communities. So that's it for me. Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? No, thank you very much.
Okay, next up, we have Olga Pilecki. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, good evening. I'll be quick. It's late, and thank you so much, everyone, for being there. So I would like just to reiterate of the high risk of upzoning the FBOs that are located away from the freeway. I just cannot believe that it would be, just the thought of evacuating during the fire, it's just going to be a nightmare. And I also wanted to add that I'm in favor of using the Salva South parcel. And I think to what everyone, and I agree with everyone else commenting and saying that we need to maximize this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Next up, we have Jeremy Levine. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, City Council. Jeremy Levine here.
Good evening.
Thank you all for your time tonight, and especially to Diana and Renata for an excellent presentation. You gave a really compelling justification for the inclusion of FBOs in the inventory, so thank you for that. From the start of the housing element process, Inclusive Lafayette's goal has been to help the city create a realistic plan for new homes that unambiguously complies with state law. We sent a letter earlier today to help suggest further improvements, but I'm here today to talk about a specific proposal that I overlooked in the staff report, the minimum density. I actually think there's a decent chance the minimum density strategy would work in the sense that it would help the city get to a number on a page in the housing element. However, I'm worried that a minimum density would have unintended side effects. We need businesses in our downtown, and a minimum density actively discourages commercial development. We want more mixed use development, which really could be more difficult to get with rigid guidelines. We're talking about having business friendly downtown that's not just wall of residential. Well, we actually have to allow that if we want it, right? So fortunately, a minimum density is not the only way the city can demonstrate the necessary capacity to meet its RHNA. The city can rezone. The two feasible options for rezoning before the council would be to pursue further rezonings in the downtown than what is currently proposed, or to pursue additional rezoning on De Silva. I don't think it's an either or option. Like, the council is pursuing some rezoning downtown. It could pursue more rezoning downtown, and it can pursue more rezoning at De Silva. Whatever you do, you'll probably be most likely to get approved if you include this backstop policy that Max mentioned, that we described in our letter. You know, everyone's saying try things out. Well, that's fine. If you want to try the zoning out and see how it works, go ahead and just add a policy in the housing element at the mid-cycle review that will make sure the city analyzes whether or not it's on track to meet its RHNA and has a backup plan if it needs to do more. So in any case, I really appreciate your discussion and questions tonight. Looking forward to the rest. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Nope. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Lauren McCabe Herpich. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, Council. Lauren Herpick, 3382 Moraga Boulevard. In reviewing all the public comments written and said tonight, I wanted to make note of two in particular. That of Rob Lavoie, someone who has worked tirelessly to create well thought through alternative plans, and that of David Clark, who clearly demonstrated that this is a consistent series of choices between the lesser of two evils. No housing plan that you approve is going to be perfect, but we need to decide on a plan that works best for Lafayette and its mission statement. A mission statement each of you voted for in favor of last year. Now, while I will admit that the term semi-rural has always given me pause, but you all voted on it, and so you need to honor it. That said, any plan that does not include De Silva South as a way to help keep our small town charm while also meeting our housing goal is a mistake. It's a mistake for this cycle and the next. And from tonight's discussion, it does not sound from staff that adding it back in will cause any heightened delay. Plus, it actually may help give our town another amenity it has been asking for years, a sports field. God knows that this is probably never going to happen unless part of a more comprehensive plan such as housing. Downtown is already zoned for multi-unit housing. We can have the vibrant downtown that has been made a priority by this council at its current rate. Bigger doesn't always mean better. And as for the FBOs, like Stella, I do have my own personal objection against further upzoning more than what SB4 requires. But again, the state has mandated a series of bad choices, and if we have to, I'd like to keep it to those near downtown, despite our inadequate infrastructure. And just one more thing based on some comments I've heard. I hear some talking about this ideal vision about downtown. I'm sorry, it's not realistic to think that people who live in high density downtown will not have cars. Families will have cars. Teachers at Burton Valley will need cars to get to school. Any trades professional will need a car to get to their clients. If anything, focusing on De Silva, we are actually moving our evacuation routes across more of our highway entrances. The First Street Deer Hill entrances are the main evacuation points for already existing downtown, Trails, St. Mary's Corridor, Burton Valley, and Moraga residents. I don't think it would be smart to add more people here. And lastly, I think it's safe to say that we are not Portland, a population of.
Next up, we have Lynn McMichael. Please unmute yourself.
First, I want to thank Diane Elrod, Greg Wolf, Renata Robles, and Mala Subramanian for the seemingly impossible task of meeting all the demands by the state and the residents here and continuing to push on. I'm hopeful that development on faith-based and higher educational institutional lands can be one solution to affordable housing here. And I think we need to encourage those organizations to approach the staff with interest in that housing. And I will come down to the city offices and get your recommendations on how we can approach those organizations. And I hope that would be a help to you. But as we sit here and the crisis of inequity in housing grows here and nationwide, I would like to see many more sites made available for multifamily housing units throughout our town. Your staff shared photos with our citizens of beautiful multifamily housing units that would be a credit to our neighborhoods, including mine. I've seen houses here in my neighborhood that are the size of hotels, and many of them not inhabited but half the year. We must be able to provide affordable housing to so many who need it. And we can be a great example for all the other towns in our county if we do so. Thanks very much. Bye.
Thank you. Are there questions? Thank you very much.
That is the last public speaker.
Okay, we'll close the public comment and bring it back to the council. How do people feel about discussing the issues in the order that I set out before the break? Oh, sure. Yeah. Follow-up questions. Yeah. Yeah.
So one was, can we add a height maximum to our FBOs, and are there any limits in SB4?
I defer to the city attorney about SB4, and I assume that we would have height maximums at 35 DU per acre.
I don't think SB4 has any reference to height maximums or minimums.
It doesn't have, it has to be the same height plus 1 story. That was what one of the people said.
I can double check, but I don't recall seeing that.
I think it is. It's a height of 1 story above the max height. So there is a height limit.
And so do you think we could implement that in ours if that is in theirs? Or the 35 per acre has its own, like our downtown?
You can implement it. I think we just need to be doing it as part of our upzoning process so we can comply with SB 330.
Cool. Oh, thank you. The minimum density, the 88%, I guess as a Diana question would be, will this reduce our chance of getting mixed use projects?
I actually think that'd be more like a planner answer.
Okay.
Probably Greg.
Okay. Thanks.
Could you please restate the question?
Sure. Yeah. One of our speakers said the minimum density requirement of 88%. Do you think that'll reduce our chance of getting mixed use projects downtown?
I don't believe necessarily that it would. We've had projects that are mixed use that I can go back and see what the ultimate residential density was, but they have included at ground level towards the street,
right,
and then behind that and above that residential. So I don't think in and of itself it would. I think we have and will continue to work towards having a vital street elevation and dynamic sidewalk. Largely it is a function of what the builder and developer wants to do. And my experience is that they generally want to do the right thing and make a project that pencils. And so I don't believe in and of itself that the 88% would diminish the likelihood of ground floor commercial.
Awesome. One last one. What other cities have done a forced mid-cycle review like that's in our that proposed for the AFFH?
They're being asked all over the Bay Area jurisdictions to have a mid-cycle review for their San Mateo.
But a forced one?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
For missing middle, for ADUs, for a bunch of different things.
Got it. Thank you. Have they imposed the forced direction of a change to respond to whatever deficiency they have? Or is it they're going to do a review?
No, they say where if deficiencies are found, either they've specifically for some jurisdictions said you must rezone or find new sites or some other language.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's not just look at, you must do something to fix it.
And that is from HCD?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else?
Mayor, may I follow
Yes,
up on that?
please.
I don't know if Council Member Kendall, this was what you were trying to get at, but are there any other, and I should have asked the speaker, but any other cities that you know of that have this backstop where the city puts in, so we know we will have a mid-cycle. Have cities tried to sort of meet HCD halfway by saying, if we do not do X, we will do something, this backstop, or do we have that information?
I want to clarify something about what the backstop that I believe that the advocates are requesting. From what I understand, they're wanting to see if we're not actually producing housing for lower income, then the city's going to do X, Y, and Z, get a rezone. That is not the purpose of the RHNA allocation, and that is not directly what the cities are responsible for. The city is responsible for planning for housing and making it, concerted efforts to make sure that it can be developed. But in terms of, we submit as part of our housing element something called quantified objectives, saying what we think will actually be built. So the backstop action that we would look at would be something like, we're not getting, any middle income units. Not that we're not producing to meet RHNA. The producing to meet RHNA is a separate question from all these other things. So I want to clarify that. But in terms of, there are mid-cycle reviews for things like ADUs. If you don't meet your projections, then you need to figure out, either adjust your projections or figure out new incentives or something like that. But that's not the same as we haven't met our very low and low income units halfway through, and therefore we have to rezone. That's not what this is about.
Okay, other questions? Okay, let me ask, because several people have addressed the builder's remedy, and I just want to make sure it's clear in everybody's mind. If we take two alternatives, one of them, the proposal in front of us, basically, the one that carries forward. If we go down that road, what I understand is that if we get an HCD response at the beginning of December, then we can meet the January 31st deadline. Is that correct?
That is feasible, yes.
Okay,
and
if we,
well, I want to qualify that, the HCD response, if it is positive on the housing element, if it says you're certified, or there's still additional changes, and if you make these, bulleted, discrete, understandable actions, that is feasible. If it is obtuse and lengthy, then it's not achievable.
okay. So then the alternative is if we put in the De Silva property, and as I understand it, we are okay on the EIR, but it would take an additional 2 weeks for staff to get the submission ready to turn in. So we wouldn't be submitting on October 26th. It would be more like November 11th.
We also, if De Silva, we just checked, De Silva, and that was never analyzed as part of the AFFH of sites. We've had two iterations, one that didn't include FBOs and one that does include FBOs. This is the most recent one we got, which is in your packet. We have never had an analysis of the De Silva site as whether or not it meets AFFH concerns. We'd have to go back to that consultant to have them redo that analysis. We'd also have to go back and rewrite sections of the housing element that talk about the sites analysis and go through. We'd have to change. There's a lot more than just getting the EIR information back. We'd be put out further than those 2 weeks.
Okay, so if the earliest, based on what we heard earlier in the meeting, the earliest we could submit would have been November 9th, 14 days after October 26th. But now you're saying, no, there'd be more time that would need to be spent. So we wouldn't be able to apply.
It's
until-
possible that it could happen, but what you're asking for is us to do a lot of revisions to the housing element. We'd have to rewrite the section on inventory, et cetera, and the methodology, all that stuff, and see if root policy is available to do this analysis. But that, I'm just letting you know that there are many moving parts here aside from just
and I'm
EIR stuff. That's it.
understood. But that needs to be done before we submit, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm just looking for a rough estimate of how long it would take. Again, assuming if we go forward with what's in front of us, more or less, we'll make some modifications. But if we go forward with that, we'll be submitting on October 26th. If we include the De Silva property, what's your best estimate of when we'd be able to submit to HCD?
We probably would be a week beyond the November 9th in order to get everything put together and make sure that root policy, and this assumes that actually we go back through, if, for example, you decide, yes, De Silva, and you want us to take out certain sites, and what if we come up short with sites? You know, what if we don't have what we think we have? We have to have some. There's not a level of certainty. We have a level of certainty that's in front of you right now. We start changing that, then we have to go back and make sure if it really will work. If you want to take out FBO sites, et cetera, et cetera. So there may be actually a requirement that we come back with further changes to you. And I think that is something that all these parts are seriously going to push us beyond where we can get adoption taking place.
Okay, does anyone have any follow-up questions on this point? I just want to make sure we're all on the same page with the information.
Do we have to redo our AFFH if we include De Silva?
Yes.
Okay, and that is because
it's an opportunity site, and the analysis has to discuss how many people of various incomes are in the neighborhood, how would this impact that particular area? How would it skew the distribution? Would it increase concentrations of lower income households? Because there are lower income households in Lafayette.
Oh,
So
right.
we have to have that. We have to have that analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then one of the speakers had asked if other cities that have used FBOs had requirements, affordability requirements in their zoning.
I have no idea. I would have to look into that. As I said before, many jurisdictions have land use designations for institutions that don't come with residential densities associated with them. So they would have to upzone them. And we don't have that level of detail in front of us. We could get that for you. It will take time. And, again, all these things are adding up to a pile of, we want to get to this end goal.
Yep, understood. Okay, any other questions? All right, so again, I was suggesting that we start with discussing FBOs, then De Silva, then downtown, then the 88% zone capacity issue, and then go through chapter by chapter, during which we pick up the AFFH suite of programs. Are we okay with that? All right, so starting with FBOs, the proposal in front of us is to upzone to 35 dwelling units per acre and prescribe in the zoning levels of affordability. Anyone want to address that as something that you don't want to do, or you want to discuss, or you have questions, you have concerns, just, or are you completely, you want to move forward with that?
So I have one question. Well, I think it's just one. So one of the proposals, or one of the suggestions, alternatives, was to only include, so right now we have all of them except for the ones we removed because of a creek, and so I think there were two. If we only leave the 3 in, the other churches, I guess, including the one with the creek going through it, could opt to do an SB4 project, or do one under SB4, and then they have 5 units less, but they also don't have to do CEQA to address our public safety and those concerns, correct? So it seems that by applying hours to all of them, that we at least, and I know the whole discussion around somebody can decide they don't want to follow hours, and all of that, but we at least protect, protect is a strong word. We at least manage, if they do it under hours, to require CEQA. We can do the height requirements that are already in SB4. So I appreciate that, keeping it near services, and I'm seeing shaking of heads, but I appreciate keeping them near services, but I'm also currently kind of grappling between making those exceptions for the others and only applying it to the 3. So that's kind of where I'm open to hearing the rest of the discussion. I did see someone shaking their head about the height requirements and hours. I thought that the same thing that's in SB4 would apply, or we can put it in to apply to ours.
Yes, and Vice Mayor Dawson is correct. There is a provision in SB4 that says for development projects located in a zone that allows for residential uses, the height would be a height of 1 story above the maximum height otherwise applicable to the parcel.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and could you restate just your bottom line there?
Oh, that I'm leaning toward being more comfortable applying, not picking and choosing the churches, in order to have it apply, have our requirements match the, SB4, except for the 30 versus the 35, and having it apply to all of the churches, the faith-based organizations. I'm sorry. And I'm looking forward to hearing the discussion of my colleagues.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues. Vice Mayor
Okay,
Dawson.
I asked this question, and I don't think I asked this question earlier. Thank you. I'm going to pull this up. And I just want to make sure, because in the Appendix D, where we have AFFH Action 2.3, at the time, I guess we thought we would develop a housing overlay for FBOs. So what's changed to change that approach?
This was a discussion at our last meeting where the city attorney explained that because of a Clovis decision, basically, if you're relying on, for example, an FBO to accommodate your RENA allocation, the underlying zoning has to be in place. There is no underlying zoning of density on the church sites. And therefore, we would have to rezone in order to count them towards the inventory.
And to add to that, we just can't have another residential zone in order to count it for the opportunity site. So you couldn't keep the single family zone with an overlay.
I see.
You could have another non-residential zone. So you could have the commercial or in this case, faith-based zone with an overlay of the residential, but you can't have an overlay of residential on top of a lower density residential. That's the issue if you're using it for an opportunity site.
Okay, thank you. And thanks, Diana.
Okay.
I'm in favor of the faith-based organization. Definitely heard from the community the concerns, but I think to add on to Council Member Geringer, I think I would like to give the opportunity to all of those equally, that they should all have this opportunity to develop low-income housing if they so choose. I do think congregations have a special ability to raise funding in creative ways that private entities and others do not. And some may choose to develop and others may choose not to, but I think offering it to everybody equitably seems like the right approach. I am concerned about what happens if the property were to be sold. What happens to the person that acquires it? But having heard today that there would be deed restrictions, that the acquirer could continue to run a faith-based organization or be subject to the 35 DU and, have to build low-income housing according to the same requirements. I think as long as they sort of step into the shoes with the same conditions, then I feel that's comfortable with that approach. So nothing's perfect, but I think just still favor that approach and offering it to all equitably and not just earmarking a few.
Okay, but just to clarify, when you talk about all, you're talking about 7 rather than
The ones that
5.
are listed.
Yeah.
I too agree with it for little different reasons. I honestly believe that these FBOs have a unique capability, and the projects I've seen that these institutions have done have been really, truly a combination of all the resources that they have to go along with these communities. They're not big. I just don't imagine any one of them, honestly, being a good neighbor like they need to be, because they need to get residents to come to their congregation in their neighborhoods. I don't think they're going to be building massive things. I think they're going to be building really delightful low-income units that will serve communities that otherwise won't be served. So I'm glad that we're going to do this. Hopefully they'll choose ours and go with the CEQA. But again, I don't think they're going to be these massive projects on these facilities that will cause the kinds of problems that we are so afraid of and should be afraid of. And so I just have to have faith that they're going to be good neighbors on this and keep their congregations happy and keep the neighborhoods happy and develop some much needed housing in places that we wouldn't get it otherwise.
Vice Mayor Dawson.
I just want to clarify too, would this also then, if we upzone that and we're going to discuss, I guess, the minimum density, that would have to apply necessarily to that as well?
At this time, yes.
Okay. I support the FBOs for all the reasons you stated, because I think it is a unique opportunity. It is, what the state has obviously advocated for, because it sees that unique opportunity as well. So I could do that and support equity between all the churches having or institutions, I should say, having that opportunity to pursue or not.
Okay, I agree with my colleagues. So let's move on to the De Silva property. Who would like to go first on that?
I would just say we are hearing from the community overwhelmingly that it is an opportunity they'd like to see us take advantage of. I, for one, would prefer that as opposed to the numbers that we are looking at upzoning downtown. I think those numbers are very high. I've studied other cities, San Carlos, but on a peninsula where I used to live, and I've seen what's going on there, and their numbers actually were lower, and they still have some pretty high buildings. So I'm concerned about particularly the 75 unit numbers in downtown. So I see De Silva as an opportunity to at least minimize some of those really. Okay, thank you. I just would repeat that tail end then, that I see De Silva as an opportunity to at least bring some of those numbers down in the core.
Oh, Councilmember Kendall.
I too agree with Vice Mayor Dawson. I wish we had done this earlier, of course. Doing it now is just, you're right. It is quote unquote risky. Do I think it's hugely risky in terms of what I think we're facing anyways? Unfortunately, I think passing the build, if we don't upzone everything by January 31st, on February 1st, if people are ready and they want to do it, they're going to submit. It's going to be, 1, 2, 3 days is no different than 2-3 weeks to me. The way that I've seen these things come in other cities, they jump on them as soon as it's available. And so they're going to jump or they're going to jump. And I agree with Vice Mayor Dawson. Again, the 75 is really high. And remember, we're rezoning the entire area, not just the opportunity sites. And in the 5th cycle, almost half of our units came from outside of opportunity sites. And so we may be looking at, really big building there, and not just in the pieces that we've identified. It's the whole thing. And somebody else said it, hey, if we go in big now and we don't achieve our goals, where do we go? Right? I mean, this kind of leaves us an exit valve in case we are going to get forced to do something else later. And so that's another reason I do believe a development agreement would be an opportunity at De Silva that's unique. And if we can make that happen, I think there's a lot of people that have an interest in getting something maybe that doesn't conform to exactly how we're going to zone it, but maybe they're going to come with something that's delightful. So I am in favor of including De Silva.
Okay, and just to clarify, when we're talking about including De Silva, it's 9.5 acres?
9.75, 9.8, whatever, under 10, at 30, 35, whatever the numbers would work.
I would say the 9.5. I would definitely want to include the affordability factors.
So I have a question. So earlier we asked if we put De Silva in and we change the zoning in the downtown, so I guess for my colleagues, so when you say put De Silva in at 9.5 acres, what zoning are you talking about?
30 or 35. Let's figure out how the numbers play out with here.
So I thought what we heard earlier was that doesn't.
It doesn't quite get there. I think that the options that Rob Lavoie said that area 3A, so everything would go back to 35, but 3A would go to 50.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
I think just we'd have to ask Greg on that, but
Yeah.
I think we just figure out what we get from the
Right.
FBOs. We figure out
what
we get
what from De Silva, and then we work backwards through there, right?
Who knows?
Yes. But I think that there is going to be some upzoning downtown, but it's not going to be anywhere near what we have in front of us today.
Councilmember Fox.
Okay, I'll offer a different viewpoint, just throw something out there. De Silva has some pros and cons, and it's something that I thought about for months, right? And it's been on the table, but it's not been on the table. So I've set it aside, but I've always thought about that. And starting with the pros, it's large property. And so that means, it's the largest property that we could develop. So you could be very thoughtful, aside from the BART parking spots, you could really be thoughtful about what to do with that. That's a great opportunity. Another advantage is that the owner, I think, is interested in development. So the likelihood that housing would be built within this next cycle is high on a large property. So it could be a high number, high probability. It's near a freeway entrance, so that's a good sign. And since it is a large property, it does have the opportunity to provide parks and open spaces and other amenities that a downtown development does not offer. So definitely things that I like about that property. That being said, some of the cons that I would list are it's not walkable to downtown, or it's not walkable to any schools. And therefore, we are going to see, if you put 400 units there, that's 2 cars per household, 800 cars, right? So everybody's going to have to come downtown. Everybody has to drive to school, right? So you're what seemingly like just let's put all the density over there, but actually it's several hundred more cars crossing our streets for everybody that has to do their errands and go to school. So as compared to putting your housing downtown so that people can walk to their stores, they can walk to the 2 schools that are downtown, they can walk to their shops. Sure, though, some will have to drive a car for some reasons, but you really reduce your vehicle miles traveled in downtown density. And I think from a lower income point of view, individuals who lower income would need to get a car if they're living, therefore, over in De Silva, whereas they may need fewer cars or if they were downtown. So I sort of think those are in my mind, that one is more walkable and versus one that's less walkable, but both, thank you. So just a way to look at the different sides of things. So, but I guess I would lean more because really I'm committed to closure of this process. It's been a long journey here, and we're really at the very finish line here where we need to. Staff's asking us, we know we have a deadline to work with. And I do feel having De Silva, such a big thing, come to us at the last 11th hour from a process point of view, I think it's just, we've had to make difficult decisions to get here. And I think it's just, we've already moved beyond that. So I think we're beyond that. And I believe that where we have gotten here as putting the density closer to the downtown, it's not made everybody happy or anybody happy, but that's really where we are. And we're asked to close this out. So I would say just to be disciplined in what has got us to this point, and let's just finish what we need to do. And that Silva can always be a project for us down the road. It's there for us, but I think we should put our investments in the downtown core and invest in a vibrant downtown that's more walkable. So I would just, I'm leaning towards a no on De Silva.
I just want to provide a little bit of what I think about that, because I too would like to keep that, walkable city concept. But, if we are able to kind of grow, if we look 20 years down the line and we want to see a considered growth, this could be a part of that if we include De Silva now. And then at least preserve the idea of upzoning town later if we need to. Because I think there's ways, especially with AFFH, we have lumber and bus. We have other ways to be sustainable, to group those people that are living out that way, that are even out that way now, to have better transportation options that we might even be able to build in to programs that for this area. I think the other thing is we are looking for space for a fire station, and maybe out there is towards that way, like really stretching the idea of how our city can grow, not just with the residents, but services. Maybe more business will go, be built into the East End that are more accessible for that end too. I'm just thinking there's a way we can consider this growth now, because right now it is zoned for single family homes, and it would be a big shame if that's what goes in otherwise. So it's just a good opportunity. I appreciate your opinion, though.
I'm supportive of putting De Silva in, but concerned about having it go in at this point in the process, similar to what Councilmember Kwok is talking about, that we had reasons not to put it in there. Part of it is that I do think that we still, for meeting FFH and the other elements of the programs, that we're going to be pushing it, farther down. And looking at De Silva, and I'm sorry, I'm like, I don't think I'm having like a thing, but but these are all hard discussions, and it does feel like it got hotter in here. The sort of not an either or, like not a trade out of, I appreciate looking at the downtown, lowering some of the densities potentially, but also not so much that we get back into a whole thing with HCD that we just don't get a housing element. And there are reasons that we got to this point with what we approved, the densities that we approved in January. And so I'm really having a hard time making that change at this point. I've heard the arguments for, doing it. I think that we also got to this point because we didn't do some of the things outside of the downtown that we could have potentially looked at. And I'm not suggesting we go back in and do those now, but if we put De Silva in, I want to be very thoughtful about how we change the densities downtown. I don't think it's an either or. And so, sorry, Mayor, I think I'm going to put this a little bit back on you.
Okay, okay, I need a motion to extend the meeting till midnight.
I'll move to extend the meeting till midnight.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Unanimous. Just a point of clarification. If putting De Silva back in basically means zoning 60 acres at 30 or 35 units per acre, correct? We can't spot zone we zone the whole thing, but we only take 9.5 acres as opportunity site, correct?
No, there are currently for decades there. I think since the city incorporated, there have been parcels that are the parlance in the Muni Code is divided by district. So there's a zoning district line that bisects the parcel in some way, shape, or form, and the code prescribes how that situation is handled. So while we work diligently to try to snap a zoning district line to a property line, it's not always realistic or possible. So in this case, just the lower portion that was identified as an opportunity site would be rezoned. So not the entirety of the 62.
Only 9.5 acres would be rezoned?
Correct. Or 10 if the council so, but it would not be the entirety of the property.
And the remaining 50 acres would remain, what is it, R5, R10?
LR5.
Okay, I mean, that seems like it's tying our hands. If we would go down this road, I'm not sure we'd want to do that. Because at least one of the things that people have talked about is getting a playing field out of it. So we want to expand beyond the 9.5 acres for that purpose.
Correct. So the area identified by GPAC early on as an opportunity site, there was significant discussion around this being an opportunity site for athletic facilities, fields that the city is currently deficient in and has been, I think the Blue Ribbon Task Force on it is 15 or 20 years old now, that it has been that long that the PTR, Parks, Trails and Recreation, has been working to identify a site and bring a new field to fruition.
Yeah. Well,
So that was a significant part of the discussion at GPAC. Also, I think Planning Commission and Council previously, when the Council previously discussed it and gave direction on it in November, and then again in January before the Council adopted and we submitted.
Okay, well, my concerns are that, just so everyone is clear, you keep hearing, well, GPAC voted 6-5 to recommend to changes. It was not a 11-0 vote. It was 6-5 to do this. And the Planning Commission took it out. So it's not as if it came to the City Council and we made that change. So I just want to make sure. Sure.
Okay. So if we do upzone for 9.5 acres or whatever for development opportunity site, is there an opportunity to rezone outside of housing element parts of it for fields and park? Like as part of this process. And so we kind of put in a package that isn't all for the housing element, but it's all for our goals.
Yeah, we could do it now. We could do it later.
Right. We could do it now, we could do it later.
Yeah.
Right. But that leaves us open to do that, right?
I think that the challenge becomes if an area is rezoned in light of housing, coming back and modifying that, it's subject to SB 330, which the council is aware of and the public. And so I'm concerned that not considering both of those features or desired outcomes simultaneously and considering both of those and doing it at once could paint the zoning into a corner, if you will. Right.
Okay, well, I don't want to go too far down this road because it seems like it's very difficult to do that because we have no idea at this point what we would need to rezone in addition to the 9.5 in order to get a playing field. But just coming back to it, I'm concerned because I agree with Councilmember Kwok, putting an additional 500 or so cars there. And, just so everybody's clear, I understand that if people live in the downtown, yes, they're going to want a car. But if they live in, if they're in a development at De Silva, they're more likely to have more than one car. So I'm pretty sure there's going to be more cars if we have a development at De Silva, because it's not going to be easier to, you almost have to use a car to get almost everywhere except the reservoir or the community garden or Oakwood. So you're spreading out your town. And I don't think we're at a point where we want to do that. But I also am very concerned that this is the only large plot of land within the city that can be used for multiple playing fields. And once it's gone, it's gone. And I don't know where else we're going to put playing fields. We're planning for 2,000 additional dwelling units, 4,000 more residents, 1,500 more kids. Who knows how many of those will be soccer players? Who knows how many are, going to pick up pickleball at a young age, or how many people want pickleball courts down there. But we're just going to be losing this as a complete recreational facility. So, and I also stand by the existing general plan, which calls for the entrances to the city. And this is a reason why, well, I'm not going to the terraces project, but the entrances of the city, I think, should be as open and undeveloped as possible. And so I think putting playing fields there and using that, really the only space that we have is the highest and best use of that property. So I'm still in favor of the plan that's in front of us without De Silva. So we'll wait. You know, but I can certainly be persuaded. Certainly understand the arguments on both sides. I just know that if we, once that property is developed, we're not going to be able to use it for recreational facilities other than perhaps one field.
So Greg, or do you guys imagine a way that we could somehow get, you know, under 10 acres zoned for housing and try to somehow get some of our other goals on that site as well? What would be the optimum way to do that?
I think a development agreement is
Right.
Could be an effective tool in realizing that.
And would this help us towards a development agreement, or is this going to hurt us in terms of a development agreement if we upzone?
It would diminish the city, diminish it. It would hurt it.
It would hurt it?
Yeah.
So right now with it not zoned at all, it's better?
Correct, because a development agreement is essentially a negotiated contract wherein the city gets something and the developer gets something, and so the status, starting from the status quo, would be the most advantageous.
Okay, even if it was just the 10 acres, that's still enough of a problem. Okay.
I just asked a question to clarify that, because development agreements now, say in downtown, some things might be zoned differently than what actually goes in based on a new development agreement, right? I mean, isn't that the whole nature of a development agreement, that it's like give and take negotiations? If, you know, obviously it can't be in a different zone, but like if someone wanted to build more units, we'd allow for that as long as we're getting something back in that agreement. So couldn't that still be the basis if we zoned it differently than what it is now? Like, isn't that how it operates now?
And then your new baseline for giving yet more would increase.
Yeah.
Okay, but when this was before the GPAC, I think we were talking about 16 developable acres, and with the idea that 5 of those would be for the field, and 9 into 11 would be for developing the housing. So if we were to go ahead and upzone, well, if we don't do anything and it's decided that we want to have housing on that site and we do a development agreement, then we can't use this property for opportunity sites for the RENA purposes.
Correct. I mean, that couldn't be achieved in the timeframes that we're under.
So if you were to go ahead and do upzone 9.75 acres, and then the property owner said, well, that's what I need, I'm going to go ahead and build my apartment unit there, and then we get nothing out of it, correct?
Correct, unless there is some accrued benefit for the developer through the development agreement.
But they don't have to enter into
if they don't need anything from the city, then we don't have anything to offer. Or
Councilman Geringer, are you up on the positions? Okay, so I think we have now two council members who are supportive of rezoning 9.75 acres to either 30 or 35. We need to talk about that. And then that would mean that we would look at what would happen to the downtown. That would mean that we've got this longer time period that we talked about because we need to look at the AFFH and other things. So we're looking at, I think it was in November. It was a November time period rather than the October 26th.
Right. Correct.
Okay, and we have two council members who want to keep it out and because, well, you heard the reasons.
So, so for all of the reasons that, that I think you were outlining also, Mayor and, Councilmember Kwok, I'm still concerned about putting De Silva in at this time. While we were talking about the yields, I'm also concerned about the minimum 88% density requirement and how that impacts our sort of housing production. And there's actually a method to my madness on what I'm doing. Is one of the things that I wrote down earlier was if you put De Silva back in and you maybe make some adjustment in the downtown, and I already know there's going to be a gasp in the room, but could you lower the yield so that, and this requires us to go back again because we don't know how much we would have to lower it, but could you lower it so we don't have to do and play games with the density, the yield, and then require minimum densities? So I was kind of going around in a whole, do we, by putting De Silva in, yes, it pushes it back down. Can we use it to fill another piece of that? I'm still that with what I did hear about how it ties our hands on some of the ways we might want to use that property down the road. And by zoning, by changing the zoning, we increase the land value for the developer. He has less motivation to, work with us for community benefit. So I'm very torn, but sort of leaning towards not putting De Silva in unless it can provide us an option on the requiring the densities to get HCD to approve it. So I'll at this point say that I'm supportive of not putting De Silva in, and we'll leave it at that.
Okay, and are you suggesting that we would, if we were to put it in, you would want to use it to lower the 88%?
Oh, okay. And I don't even know, I'm looking at staff. I don't even know how we would do that, but you're getting more units by putting De Silva in as an opportunity site. The trade-off that's been presented has been to lower everything in the downtown except for maybe 3A or 3B to get to 50 to get us, back. Right now having it north of Mount Diablo Boulevard at those higher yields. Is there a place in there where you put De Silva in, you get this great development and hopefully a sports field, and you don't have to tie our hands in our 88, putting in that every opportunity site has to be at 88% and effectively doubling if we use the terraces as an example. So I'm making it more difficult or complex, but I don't know, Greg,
Well, just with respect to the reference to the terraces, I see the terraces as a anomaly or a unique and not a opportunity site like the rest of, like all the opportunity sites that are not pipeline sites
Yeah.
because that just the characteristic of it, it's called the terraces because of the steep
Yeah.
topography and the terraces. And so that to me is the primary limiting factor on that site is the topography of it. So yeah, I think you are correct in identifying that all along and current still, there are three factors that bear on the bottom line, and those are density and yield and land area that goes into each of those. Now, there are myriad rules around what can and can't go in, and we've discussed those at length. So yes, it is a possibility to change any one of those numbers and be able to inversely change the other factors.
So for all the reasons that we're trying to not do 11th hour changes and get a plan. I'm still on the downtown densities when we're going there next. Yeah. So right now, if we were making a decision, I would say that we would not put De Silva back in at this point in time. And we can still circle back after we talk about the downtown densities.
Okay, let's move on to downtown. And just a reminder, where we are now is that from Dolores to First Street on both sides of Mount Diablo Boulevard, there's no change.
North First Street on south or west?
Both.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
First Street, area 3A,
no, bordering Mount Diablo Boulevard.
Oh, border.
Yeah. The zoning strips 3B and 4 are 35. So that the core of downtown along the boulevard stays. There's no change to that. Make sure everyone's clear on that.
And we're bringing up the map
Okay.
of what you're
Great, thanks.
talking about.
Okay, and then it continues on the south side in area 6 from First Street to Pleasant Hill Road. That stays the same at 35 dwelling units per acre. So no change. And what I'm suggesting consider is that on the north side in 3B, we consider from First Street to Second Street, keeping it at 35 for now, for this cycle. Because that would not affect our RENA numbers. So the big change in what we have now is all along the freeway from one end to the other. Well, it's 75 dwelling units per acre. Actually, I should say from Dolores.
Risa,
sorry, from Risa to Pleasant Hill Road. It's 75.
and I'll suggest it's more Carroll Lane because
Yeah,
so thank you.
yeah. Okay, other thoughts on the downtown zoning?
And then your rationale for that piece is because there are only 2 opportunity sites in, or what is your rationale for
There are no
making
opportunity sites other than the pipeline.
the ones in the pipeline?
Keeping, I know there's a lot of controversy on this. I mean, there's some polar views. And I guess I'm a little bit sort of in the middle on this. I would prefer to keep the zoning as much as possible along Mount Diablo Boulevard in the core at 35. Because in my view, that with density bonus, that provides plenty of height for new development along Mount Diablo Boulevard. And I think when you go above that, then you get a risk of you know, well, they're just going to be much bigger. And you know, the difficulty with what we've got now is, of course, the 75 up against, well, not just against, well, from the freeway down to the properties that are along Mount Diablo Boulevard. That can be quite dense. Yeah.
So how much of a change would that be to your work to add the first to Second Street to 35 per acre?
It wouldn't be much of a change since it would not affect any opportunity sites.
Right.
However, we do want to keep in mind kind of continuity as far as planning principles, and trying to create kind of contiguous areas in the downtown. And so having kind of a block where it's substantially different from the surrounding areas, we might want to consider the implications of that. But
We already have the like, basically it's already full. I mean, like, basically we already have approved projects that are filling most of it, right?
Yeah, basically the bank on the corner is not an opportunity site, right?
Correct.
And the corporate terraces surrounds that.
Correct.
And that's already in the pipeline. And then comes the 11 or 9 or 11 townhouses. And so that's already in the pipeline. And that
Yes.
takes you all the way to Second Street.
There- yeah. So, but there are other prominent parcels, like the bank on the corner, and then I think I can't remember the address, but the convalescent home across from Whole Foods. So I just raise that to be mindful of the context. But if that is the direction of council, we will pursue it. It would not be a huge change on our end.
Okay. Well, the other reason I'm suggesting it is that First Street is a main corridor into the town, and that corner across from the library, right there is a main very visible corner. So I would like to see that. I would not want to see a 10-story building across the street from the library.
And Mayor Andre, your suggestion is consistent with what the city has done in the downtown, using streets as the boundaries between districts, both in the current zoning and in the DSP. I believe we've stuck with streets being the boundaries between districts, and that said, you know, the Planning Commission Council have already made the direction on the stepping up or stepping down, however you view it, of the density along that line, kind of mid-block, and again, to the degree that we can snap the district boundaries to property lines, we will absolutely do that. But it's not creating a new precedent of lots divided by district. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and also just thinking about how it appears, we've got corporate terraces, assuming it's built, you've got a series of 3-story buildings. And again, on the corner, I think the tall buildings belong off the street. They're going to be tall enough on the boulevard.
Sure. I can support that idea.
Okay, how do others feel about that? Okay. And then how about other changes to downtown?
There's one area 1B, and I understand that it the continuity question, but it's West End North, where we don't have any opportunity sites and we're still upzoning it to 50 per acre.
Yeah, I went back and looked at the minutes on that.
Yeah.
And I believe staff's recommendation on that one
Uh-huh.
was that, well, just as Renata said, just planning principles, keeping it a uniform area.
And if I may expand upon that, since those conversations, staff and council members have met with developers, kind of discussing best practices for mixed-use development, residential development. And really a lot of the direction was kind of those areas like West End, East End are prime for residential development. And so that was kind of also the thinking was that though there are no sites similar to last cycle, a lot of things that weren't opportunity sites were developed, and may be the case that this change can create symmetry across the street, but then also result in some more development.
That's a tough one too, because understanding that the farther away you are from the core, the less commercial viability of those multi-use buildings. And, I could see helping to stretch that commercial zone. Frankly, it would be nice to serve those people that, closer in, but yeah. I'm sorry, just a comment, because I'm just trying to think, like, I would, once again, would love to try to preserve our zoning as much as we can, because we know there's density bonus, and at 88% with minimum density, which I think is a great idea. We'll definitely get those larger buildings.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments on the downtown? What I'm hearing is that we make that one change, but otherwise we keep it as it is. Unless when we circle back to the Silva, if we decide to make a change, then we'd be making additional changes in the downtown.
I do have a question to Councilmember Dawson's question on retail and restaurants. And I know we had over both on GPAC and then with the council and the planning commission has had it. We have had, and we were sort of criticized for that as well, but having that multi-use retail residential, and in this, are we assuming that we don't have that anymore? I thought that we still had that as our goals, and are we not? Or are we just saying, just build residential all the way through, which is what I hear some people saying, and that we were getting criticized for having multi-use, and that's not going to help us meet our.
Are you referring to programs or with regards to realistic capacity?
Programs, I think.
Programs?
Because we talked about it, and, the Chamber of Commerce talked about that if you're going to do that, one side said, don't have those limits because you're not going to meet your numbers, and just let the market take care of itself. Developers will build services, but we talked about having where if we were going to say we want retail, then we need to make sure we have certain ceiling heights or, all of those pieces. And I just need to be reminded about where we are in that conversation, or if we ever did anything with that.
Yeah, so I think we did end up landing on there's policy 2.2 new support for mix of residential and commercial developments downtown. But I think the feedback that we've gotten from a lot of the developers who work in Contra Costa region is that those kinds of requirements are extremely challenging to be met. But it is included as a policy to support the mixed use development.
And won't be considered a barrier to housing if we leave that policy in there. I know we're not at the policy yet, but.
Yeah, so since it's not a requirement, it's not something that we are mandating, it would not be considered a barrier.
Okay, thank you.
And isn't it true that half mile within in BART, it's housing by right no matter what? So we don't have the ability to enforce mixed use anymore.
That is parking requirements.
I think
for-
it's mixed use. It's housing by right for.
Oh, what is it? AB?
Yeah, that's another one. But it's true for parking too. Parking and our mixed use. We can't force it a half mile from BART.
Yes, there's a lot of stipulations on, I can't remember the bill number. There's so
Right.
many now. There's a lot of stipulations like road width and all these things that it wasn't entirely clear to me if we even or that applied to
Oh.
parts of Lafayette, but we can look into that.
Okay.
I just want to reiterate that Chamber of Commerce did, recommend that we add DeSilva. They did that earlier, and they resent that letter. And I do think it's important. We just saw the sales tax presentation today that we need to preserve as best as possible our base and grow it. So I think it is important to I know Greg, you weighed in that the 88% minimum density may or may not, we don't know, just incentivize people to put in mixed use, retail at the bottom. But and I think it's a good idea to have a minimum density. But if we're starting at a high number like that, then I can see where that would be maybe cost prohibitive to have that commercial part there, depending on the mix. So I still think if we can relieve pressure on, those 50 units even on the east end, I don't know, I guess I'm just making more, whatchamacallit, more backup for why I think DeSilva could make sense. Granted, knowing that we're down to the wire, but I just want to make sure we put the chamber's opinion out there too.
On downtown. Okay, why don't we move on to the 88% zoning capacity, 80% of zone capacity. How do people feel about that?
I'll start.
Yep.
I do think a minimum density is great. A minimum, what are we calling it? Capacity. Is that right? Is a great idea. And we have come up with the 88% because we're confident that that's kind of a compromise between what we've done historically, granted with the density bonus. So my only question would that be are we still confident knowing that if we create that as a minimum across all our opportunity sites, would we want to stay with the 88%? Is there any flexibility that would be helpful to us? And if we lowered that a bit?
Right now, no, because it's based on, we have it baked into the spreadsheet and we need to have 88% to meet our RENA allocations. Councilmember Geringer did bring up a point, which is if DeSilva were to be added in and we kept the zoning in the downtown the way it is, we likely could reduce the 88% to some other number, but we're still going to be, without a minimum density being required, we're still going to be at a battle of whether or not that we should have included the terraces in our analysis, whether or not we should have included this or that, even though we have lots of good reasons why we didn't include it, the terraces in specific. That has consistently been brought up by the advocates as proving that the city does not, granted, I'm just the messenger here, that the city does not allow development more than, say, 50% of zone density. Obviously, that's not true because of all these projects with density bonus, but we're not allowed to use those as the argument. So absent a minimum density requirement, we are going to go around, I feel very strongly, we're going to go around and around with HCD until they tell us that we have to use something akin to what one of the advocates has said, that, 46% of zone density, and then we're back at square one with everything. And we don't want to go there.
I'm for a minimum density, and I think 88% then is right. If barring us doing anything different with De Silva, I think it's a good option.
Okay.
I actually agree. I do. And it's the least out of all the options we have, it seems like that's one of the ones that it makes the most sense for us to implement. So thank you for bringing that to us.
Yep. Councilmember Clark.
Okay, I'll offer a different viewpoint. I worry about the unintended consequences, the 88%. We had a speaker here who talked as a developer. And I've heard other developers say the bigger the buildings, the more expensive they are to build, right? You go beyond a certain height, you trigger a different type of building style. That's a more expensive cost and may not pencil out. And so, 88% is an average. Some of ours are going to be higher and some are going to be lower. Right, that's how you come to the 88. But if you make it the floor, then everybody has to be that or higher. We're actually going to probably be something higher than that, right? So I do worry that we may actually end up with less housing, or just, we're working on paper, Excel spreadsheets to say what a 75 is and an 80. This is not what reality is when you build a building and you pencil it out. I don't know. We had one developer in the room, but I would be curious to see how many developers would say this is a good idea.
Well, just as a point of contrast to that, most of our developments have been over 100% of zone density. So the 88% wouldn't matter for a lot of them because they get the density bonus.
Right. We've been coming in at around 110 or something, 115%. We are.
So the 88% would be essentially meaningless because they're already coming in over 100%. But we can't use that as the justification.
Unless we do this 88%, and that's what we have to do, the 88%. So I think the math makes sense, and it makes sense. I think the developers are coming in, they have 50% density bonus, which is getting them up at 110, 115% consistently. Like every single one of them over the last 3-4 years has come in over that. So I'm not thinking it's going to thwart it. And I think it may encourage them to use density bonus. It'll be less people coming in and saying, I don't want to use density bonus, which doesn't help, right, at all. So to me, it seems like the better choice to actually encourage them to put in the affordable housing.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to add, that I think it's a great thing. I would love it more if we did have De Silva once again to take the pressure off that, because then if we were having those, where we're at the 75, I think that would be pretty tough for someone to do that 88% and, make it something that really is reasonable for town. But that's where we're at with these numbers. Either way, I do support a minimum capacity though.
Thank you for the discussion. Thank you for the explanation. And and Councilmember Kwok, thank you for pushing back. I had concerns about limiting ourselves or in terms of product and things like that. But I will support the minimum.
Okay, and I will.
I have a question before for our attorney or Greg. If we do this 88% minimum density, obviously we don't want to remove it during the cycle because it's part of our housing element. But if we found it was unsuccessful at some point, it doesn't have to be in perpetuity. Could we remove it after the eighth year of the housing cycle? Or whenever. I heard that it couldn't do mid-cycle because that's part of your housing element. Right, that would be like a bait and switch.
Well, no, if you actually came up with, if you had new opportunity sites or pipeline projects or something, you could adjust your inventory to reduce that number. I think that what we want to guard against is not dipping below the net units. We don't want to invoke a net loss of units. So I think a mid-cycle review makes perfect sense. Some things might get adjusted. We might have new projects that we never even envisioned that we might be able to put in there and adjust as time goes on. But I don't think necessarily we're stuck with it 100% of the way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so my understanding of where we are now is that we've agreed to include 7 of the FBO sites at 35 per acre, upzoning to 35 dwelling units per acre. We're not including De Silva. We're keeping the downtown the way it is in this chart, other than this along Mount Diablo Boulevard from First Street to Second Street, keeping that at 35. And we are going to have the 88% of zone capacity. So what I'm looking for, can somebody, coming back to De Silva, can somebody persuade me why we wouldn't want to keep that available for recreational facilities? That's number one. Or number two, why we wouldn't want to keep the entrance to the town low density and scenic. I'm open to persuasion.
I'll take a stab at it. East End opening to town, we're zoning up to 75 as you come in, and 50, so that's already zoned quite high, or what we're proposing it will be. That's the case. Also, who's to say what now if you zone the 9.5 acres, there could still be, depending on what that looks like, how it's built, room for parks. And, I think that's part of the creativity of the developer and how we work with them. Even though it's like you're going to do the capacity, maybe it is building up, but I think there's still room. And I would like to see it, if it's going to be developed, count towards arena numbers. I think that's a big deal. That's 300 units potentially. And once we upzone town, we cannot downzone it. And those are pretty high numbers.
And just to add on to that, it's like, any developer is going to look at the aggregate. They're not going to look at just Lafayette. They're going to be looking, everywhere right now. And so regardless of the market conditions and the high interest rates, the ability for a developer to go into a town, like ours, and have these streamlined, easy things. I mean, what developer are we going to attract over to De Silva that's going to all of a sudden want to give us a whole bunch of stuff when they can go into another city and build something completely streamlined with density bonuses and all these gifts, right? And so I think that the environment, I don't know what we need to do to make De Silva be attractive to a developer agreement in this current environment of these state laws, giving them all these gifts. So I would, as much as I would love to get what you're dreaming of, I think it may be a thing of the past. I mean, it may not be that any developer would ever come in there because it's just so easy for them to build somewhere else, right? That's just the environment. And so that's why I favor putting De Silva in, because I don't think we're going to get a developer to come in like they used to, those days are past.
I'm not looking for a developer coming in. I'm looking for using that for municipal purposes.
We're going to buy the whole 62 acres?
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Oh, really? With what money?
Yeah.
Okay. Dream on.
Once it's gone.
I hear you. We're not
gone
getting rid of the
forever.
whole thing.
So
we're not getting rid of the whole thing.
What are we going to do? I guess, what are we going to do for recreational facilities?
But we're not going to get rid of the whole thing. And we can keep the 5 acres to be, not upzoned, and we could buy those. So we keep the prime acres for the sports field, not part of the housing element.
A sports field.
Oh, so you think we're going to buy the whole thing? Okay, dream on, yay.
I mean, what are we going to do?
Wow.
What are we
I
going to
think the developer agreement is the only way we're gonna get that. We just don't have the money. But yeah, okay.
I agree there's things that we will be looking at. I mean, we are at a place now that as a city, we're going to need to look at our fiscal sustainability. And it's a big ask, but that could be part of what we're looking to do is get funding for preserving that space for what we might want to do for municipal uses. So I think that's a good thing. We also will be looking at the downtown corridor and how to make that more safe and feasible for people to travel. So there's things we have and have to do necessarily as we look out, to the future. I am just thinking that by basically preserving the opportunity right now by zoning it and also having it count towards our arena numbers, that is a good thing. That still lends itself to a vision for the future.
But how does that preserve the opportunity to use that?
Well, that
medicinal
you're
purposes.
As council member, Susan said, we aren't zoning everything, just this part that will count towards our arena numbers. And also, I do agree that there is an opportunity to work with that developer because it is an attractive place. What other place in Contra Costa, probably in a town like ours, is as attractive as that? So hopefully it is something we could actually proactively look for a developer for that space that would work with us on what we're looking for. It does have an opportunity for that kind of creativity.
Okay, Councilmember Carringer.
Well, I'm watching staff as we approach midnight.
It's 5 minutes to midnight and you have 2 new items. One of them is time sensitive. You also pulled an item from consent, but that can be considered, or is it better to consider it? It's considered. Go ahead, Mala, before midnight.
Okay, so we'll pause the discussion of the housing element. We'll go to item 15, and we'll consider 11C pulled from the consent calendar. And we'll try to get in items 17A and B as well. And actually, shall we do a motion now for extending the meeting? So we need.
Yes, to extend the meeting to hear both, to continue item 14 and hear 15, 16, and 17. Is that correct?
Wait until the end of the meeting?
Or I guess to take those items and continue it till past 12. Is that what we're required to do?
Oh.
Okay, well, let's go quickly to get those.
I think in the past you've opened them, maybe.
Okay, let's open item 15. Item removed from consent, 11C, the ordinance 689. So that's open. So now we can go on.
So moved to extend the meeting.
Did you want to open 17 A and B?
Yes, yeah.
And 16, and then that way we can
Okay,
hear
so
this after midnight.
We'll open 16 and defer it. And open 17A and defer it, open 17B and defer it. So do we need a motion to do that? We need a motion to open items.
So moved. Can I say so moved to what he just said? Yeah.
I second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous. So we need a motion then to extend the meeting till 12:30.
I move we extend the meeting to 12:30.
All in
Second.
favor?
Oh.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
it's unanimous.
Yes.
Okay. So we can continue with the housing element. Oh, well, actually, they've left the room. Why don't we go to 11C?
I'm sorry, did you say you wanted to hear consent item?
Yeah, the consent item.
Thank you, Mayor. I think you pulled this. We did receive a correspondence from the California Housing Defense Fund that came in very recently, and they made several comments. I did review the letter, and one of the comments that they made related to a height limitation we have in the ordinance for ADUs at 17 feet. And reference that should be amended to reflect ADU law. Given where we are in the process, we are recommending that you adopt the ordinance. We do agree that this is not enforceable. So staff will note that. And our recommendation is that at a future date, when we either bring back amendments to this ordinance because the law has changed, or if we have other zoning text amendments, that we will make this revision at that time, but we will not enforce that. And I will note our ordinance has a severability provision. So anything that is not in compliance with law does not invalidate the rest of the ordinance. So I just wanted to point that out for the record. And I wanted to continue to recommend that you waive second reading and adopt ordinance 689.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay, no, and is there any public comment?
Mayor Anduri, I have no speakers item or speaker slips for item 11C, nor do I have any hands raised in our virtual audience.
Okay, so we have a motion to waive the second reading and adopt ordinance 689.
I move that we waive the second reading and adopt ordinance 689.
A second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Okay, so why don't we continue with the housing element, then we'll get 16, 17, A and B afterwards. Okay,
You're taking comments on the De Silva property?
Yep.
Yep. I'm not here to try to convince you one way or the other, but I would just say that given what I've heard tonight, that there is, a lot of complicated matters. This is a big topic. There were so many issues, new issues brought up. I don't think we should be discussing this at midnight with, without the public here. And really, it's just a new thing that's come up in the last 3 or 4 days. And I don't feel comfortable just sending this through given how large the issues are. So I would still say, as a matter of procedure and process, we saw that the downtown densities have been unchanged since January 23rd of 23. So how is it now 10 months later, we say we're unhappy with it, we need to do De Silva? That doesn't make sense to me. What happened? How come for 10 months we didn't say anything, and at the 11th hour we were talking about such a big change? I don't think that's the right way to address this issue. So I'm not that I said there are things I like about this, but I think it's a way longer discussion of how to do it the right way. It's a big topic that we should not address at this time.
Councilmember Geringer.
For a number of different reasons, I agree with Councilmember Kwok. In terms of I wasn't going to go trying to convince you about recreational facilities. I have had discussions with a number of people in the community who would like a sports facility there that includes a pool, because many members in the community don't have a way to do that. Tonight, right now is not the time to talk about that, but they also have laid out a plan for money and resources to actually help to fund that, and don't feel that it's mutually exclusive. So I think we have options for housing down the road. I appreciate that having it in this cycle is, as an opportunity site, has certain appeal, but I think that at this point in the process, I am willing to support not including it.
One last chance at this. So an argument against that is that we have had HCD throw us into knots, right? We just approved faith-based organizations. I mean, that was a big deal. I mean, that was a functional shift based on they wouldn't let us use our buffer, and all of a sudden we didn't have enough affordable units. This is an option. Law changed, and we added it, and we had to change the EIR to do it. actually. We're actually changing our ER in order to make that happen. And so the whole, well, it was since this January, to me doesn't make sense. And there's a lot of us that just don't agree with upzoning our downtown like this is a good idea for so many reasons. And it's not just the looking at it. It's like, wow. I mean, if these things can go to 113 units with the density bonus or whatever the number is, they could be 8, 9 stories tall. And that to me is just, our city just can't support it. I don't think our infrastructure is built for that. I mean, Walnut Creek is built for that. Big wide streets, huge entrances to the freeways. I mean, like, we've got stop signs that are freeway downtown, getting on and off our freeway. And so it's like, do we really have the infrastructure to support all of this downtown? I don't think we have a chance. I think we're going to be really, really hard pressed to maintain our level of service to support all this if this all gets built. And I think just we're going to run out of money. It's fire, it's police, it's, sewage, it's the traffic, it's the everything. I think this is a really big decision, and I never agreed with it. I still don't agree with it. I just don't think this is good planning by us. I don't think we're going to be able to support the level of services and handle all these people downtown because we don't have the resources and the land to do it right. So I struggle with this. I would much rather put people out into Silva, even if it risks losing the entire site. So we don't make it a muni park, but I think that's a pipe dream to me. As much as I would love it, I think it's a pipe dream, but I think having De Silva is our outlet right now. And so that's why I'm willing to look at it. I think it's a worthwhile endeavor to look at to release the pressure on this downtown.
Okay, if we move forward with the De Silva, we would have to take this up at the first meeting in November. Is that correct? Or can it proceed without that?
I think it would need to come back because we don't have direction on, so there would be a net increase, and we would need very clear direction and understandable outcomes on what the reduction would be. And that hasn't been, I mean, I've heard in general terms discussion about reducing densities in the downtown, but I would like to see clarity around that. And I don't know that can happen tonight. Perhaps.
I don't think it can happen tonight. We really have to go back and think through how it would work and test different scenarios. If we leave it this area there or that area there, we can't do it tonight.
Understood. I think if there was more direction if we considered this, I could see at least stepping down to 75 DU to 50. So if those areas where, if you're looking for trade-offs, if we need to do trade-offs still.
That's a possibility, but there was no way we would know that unless we did the work and brought back to you different scenarios. Again, it would be an opportunity for you to look at several different things.
I just, it's understanding all the hardship that this is this time where we actually would be changing the nature of our downtown. That's why I think it's worth at least this, consideration. It's one thing to say, yeah, it's at the last minute, but at the same time, to Councilmember Candel's point, a lot of things have been thrown at us recently. I mean, just September, we were looking at opportunity sites. And as you said, we're back to getting the FBOs in there. And once again, once it is changed, we cannot go back. We cannot go from 75 back down to whatever. And
we can if we upzone other places to accommodate it. So that's the thing, is it's not like you can't, it's again a no net loss conversation. So just to be clear, it doesn't necessarily mean we can't change the zoning. It means we would have to find other places to accommodate that.
And we obviously scoured it over these past few years, which is why even, with DeSilva out, why we had to go that route in these same places we came forward with, or you came forward with, and GPAC.
Well, just looking at De Silva, if we didn't include it and we tried to develop it for sports fields over the next 8 years and we couldn't do it, theoretically, we could upzone De Silva for the next cycle and in the same meeting downzone the downtown. The David Clark method.
I think downzoning our downtown is going to be really tough as takings arguments, I'm sure would be,
It's not a taking.
Could you weigh in?
I think we might have some unhappy developers, but I'm presuming you would downzone it back to 35 dwelling units or something that was still fairly high. So I think it'd be hard to argue there was a taking.
Right.
Not to say we still may get that lawsuit. So I don't want to say.
I'm sure.
Well, could you downzone after someone did take advantage and built, up there? Yeah, you couldn't. So if there was someone.
Their grandfather did.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
if
just
they
grandfather.
developed during the next 8 years, sure, you couldn't.
Yeah.
No.
I'm just saying, so next door to that building, you could still go back down. You couldn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well, I think we have at least still 3 people who are in favor of going ahead with what we have before us. But with the new things this evening being the 88% of zone capacity, keeping Mount Diablo Boulevard on the north side from 1st to 2nd Street at 35. Let's see, was there anything? The faith-based organizations were already in there, so that stays the same as what we have. So I think that's where we are. So why don't we go forward with the providing comments on the draft.
You want me to say? We've just received an email regarding if the city council is making changes to the housing element, we have to recirculate for another 7 days. Anyway, with the new changes, we have to make all these changes that including adding a new program and then recirculate for 7 days.
Regarding the 88% realistic capacity minimum requirement. So we have to make publicly available for review and comment the draft before it goes to HCD. And so because of this change, unfortunately, we have to put it out for 7 days. So
Okay, but it doesn't need to come back to a council meeting.
no, it does not.
Okay. All right, so are there comments on the housing element itself? Pages through H, whatever. Yeah, actually, one question. Do we mention somewhere in here the $215,000 we've allocated for a affordable housing fund?
There is a program, or no, not the recent adjustment, I don't believe. So we can make reference to that.
Okay, so, because I think we were doing that, so we would enhance our chances.
We would add it both to the base document and to the resources and inventory appendix. Because we talk about what resources are available for housing.
Okay, so that is to be added.
Yes.
Okay, so other changes to the housing element document. Okay, Councilman Kendall.
So on page H48 of the actual housing element, there was on the bottom of the page, there's the item 4, There's existing uses or similar uses been recycled based on recent trends. And then there was that item D, lower density residential uses. I think we struck that at the last meeting.
The request is for it to add in the downtown, and it looks like we added that to Appendix C, but not into the main document.
Thank you.
I will correct that.
Perfect.
And in that same section, there's a reference to table X. Did you mean to insert a number? Okay. Okay. Councilmember Kendall, any other?
That's it.
Okay, on page 52, well, there's several places in here that refers to the June 30th, 22 deadline, which is passed, but it says if any of these sites receive their certificate of occupancy before this date, the spreadsheet will be modified accordingly. Well, that ship has sailed, right? I mean, so that, okay, there's a couple of, I'll just point them out. Okay, anything else in the housing element? Okay, so on to Appendix A. On A17, below the figure 6, it says figure 7 error, reference not found. And on page A25, they're under resources for ELI households, third paragraph down, says the community comma including, you just delete the comma and including. The next sentence goes on to say these include. And on page A70, in the first full paragraph, the bottom line, there's a reference to San Ramon.
Oh, right, yeah.
And then I think on another page, not too far away, on A76, in the first paragraph that's added, there's a reference to Contra Costa County and the Tri-Valley area. So I assume that came from the same source as the San Ramon language. So the La Miranda area, I guess. That's okay. Yep.
That's working. You're working smart. Yeah.
Okay, anything in B?
Oh, I'm on A.
Mhm.
I think it's in A somewhere, but can we double check? We refer to futures explored, and I don't think that it's still here in the community.
Okay. Anything in B? I don't have anything. Okay, anything in C? At the top of C13, there's another of those, the June 30th, 2022. And the chart that's below that needs to be updated. All those things. And then I'm wondering, in this chart, which is the pipeline projects, why Lafayette Lane Miramar isn't in there? Well, it was. We'll see it in this one. It shows up in the next chart. Okay, you know, unless you're talking about its affordability. Well, no, actually, the affordability section didn't get in here either. Okay, anyway, okay, and then on. Okay, C20, there's a reference to table 3. I'm not sure where table 3 is. I couldn't find it. And oh, that's too small. Okay, anything before we get to D?
I asked that for D, that we actually don't, we need to redo the programs because we messed that up. So we can, if you skip the programs in D and we can discuss the programs in G, then if we check those out and then we'll make sure that they're consistent. I apologize about that.
That sounds good. Okay, so we're on to E.
Well, if there are any other comments for D,
Yeah.
aside from the programs, those are welcome as well.
So there's a couple comments on page D9 and then a D12 about lawsuits. And it just, we've had so many lawsuits, and we're trying to reflect on how good our city has been, right? And our city has always done the right thing. And Aruba said that's like, we've never denied a multifamily project. You know, it seems like we could, instead of saying, oh, you know, all these bad things, we could instead flip it and say, hey, you know, we really have done good things.
We are required by law to talk about lawsuits and.
But we
enforcement
should
action.
include all of them then.
We do have a lot of information in other places, including all that, I think didn't we use the whole GPAC put together a great summary of all the great things that the city has done? It's in a different appendix, but this particular portion, the law requires us to talk about the lawsuits and what happened with them.
Is that really part of AFFH?
Yes, it is.
Dang. Okay, that's just wild. All right, thanks.
Okay, anything else in D? Moving on to E. Anyone have comments in E? Oh, on E17, we talk about Lomerinda Village. It says the city will develop a new program to support the housing needs of seniors in Lafayette. I think if we could talk about the collaboration we have with Lomerinda Village and the commitment of $60,000 a year to support the memberships. That might be helpful.
We can add that.
Okay, anything else in E? On to F. Okay, nothing in F. On to G.
So are the policies the same as the actions? Because the numbering is different then, right? Because in Appendix D was like AFFH Action 2.5. Is that not the same?
Yeah, so there's a slightly, because the requirements for our program/actions for AFFH are a little bit different, that we changed the numbering, which we're happy to change back.
Sure.
But the policies are different than the actions. Actions are more comparable to programs under the
Right.
other goals. But yeah, goal 5 is all of the AFFH actions within Appendix G.
Okay.
Sorry,
I'm looking. Goal
8
5.
of the
There it is. Okay.
PDF.
Sure. So it's action 1.1. All right.
And I would like to correct one of my earlier statements regarding action 2.7. So that is the program that reads incentivize developers to provide a range of unit sizes to provide more affordable by design units. The direction from OPR was actually to change it to an incentive rather than a requirement, not remove the program entirely. So that is why it is still in the list as action 2.7.
I just remember I was talking about it. It wasn't necessarily missing middle. It was, we were trying to get larger units in our multifamily.
No, we have a program that basically says we want large units for for family housing, which is somewhat earlier in the goals, policies, and programs. This is specific to missing middle by having smaller units that would be quote unquote affordable by design. So it's similar, but not exactly the same.
Okay, any changes to be suggested? Wait, any changes? Susan?
I have to go review these. Hang on.
Wow. May I ask a question?
Sure.
Okay. So in one of the communications that we received, there was a question about, and I remember that we did talk about this, waiving impact fees for 100% affordable projects. And I don't remember where in our process we sort of took that out. Or is it in here somewhere and I just missed it?
Okay, so action 2.7. I want to be really clear. It's like, this is citywide. And we're trying to get multi-units everywhere in the city. And so would we have to rezone? If it's citywide, would we have to rezone our whole city?
No. It's a shorthand for any place where multifamily is allowed. If you want us to clarify that that's essentially what we mean, then that's fine. But the geographic targeting is required in the AFFH requirements.
I think that would be helpful. Because our whole city is high opportunity, right? Our whole city is high opportunity. And it says citywide. And to see that would imply that we're going to rezone everything citywide. And that's not true, right? It's saying we want it in our multifamily zones.
Yeah, we can clarify that.
Okay, cool.
Mayor, can you extend the meeting, please?
Oh,
And we have a motion to extend until 12:45.
Yes, I moved 12:45. Thank you for picking the number.
All in favor? Say
Aye.
Right.
So then the AFH action 2.8, monitor the implementation. Monitoring, it sounds great, right? And review. Okay, so all it is a monitor, and then we'll adjust our things. So we're not picking what we do today to all of a sudden happen. All right.
Correct. Yeah.
Just making sure.
So there's a similar program for like ADU.
Right.
members, and so
Sure.
the state said, please add a program for a mid-cycle check-in
Mhm.
and see if you're meeting your projections or not. And if not, adjust. And so it's a similar
Excellent.
program.
Okay, cool. I'm cool with that one.
Oh, that's good. Okay, anything else?
So did we have an answer to the affordable waiving impact fees for 100% affordable? Like as part of our resource, or did we at some point along the way? I know it's after midnight and having us remember the last 3 years.
So that was a program that was suggested by members of the public, but I don't think it was included as a program ultimately.
Okay, so do we need a motion to direct staff to file?
We'll make the revisions.
Well, make the revisions and file, yeah.
Make clear.
And if I understand
And
correctly,
circulate
then
and
the plan, right, was October 26th, so it'll be 9 days beyond that. So be aiming to file on November.
2nd. Oh, no, 9 days. Oh, it'll be
The
6th.
4th is a Saturday, so probably
I
the
just
6th.
wanted to make sure how long we thought it would take to make these changes so we had realistic dates.
I think we can make those edits very quickly.
Okay, so we need a motion. Okay. We have a,
So I I move that we direct staff to make the revisions and to have us open the 7-day public comment period and to file the housing element, the revised housing element with HCD by November,
well, that's.
or at when you
as
have,
soon as possible.
okay,
And-
as soon as possible.
And add a program to require 88%
Add a
minimum density.
and to add a program to require 88% minimum density.
Okay, is there a second?
So we don't have to approve the housing element.
Well, we're approving changes and then it gets submitted. When it comes back, we will approve the housing element, we hope sometime in January.
Right. If you recall,
Okay.
we're going to submit it. We'll get a comment letter back. Hopefully it'll have minimal comments and then it'll run through the process of the planning,
Okay.
redoing it at the planning commission, making a recommendation and then back to council with the rezone.
Second, were you waiting for a second?
Yep.
Okay, I'll second the motion.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous 5-0. Thank you very much. Incredible amount of work went into this. Thank you. Hmm. Yep. Okay, so we're on to 7. Wait, nope, we have 16. Just turn to that. Okay, council commission reports. I'm willing to skip mine this week. Anyone? want-
I just for the record, because we also had a comment on Ask Me Anything about Recycle Smart and picking up the cans on a regular basis. And right now it appears our regular basis is we get some picked up on Friday and some picked up on Saturday in certain parts of town. David Kruger, who is the executive director of Recycle Smart, is coming to our November 13th meeting. And we'll be providing an update. There have been some further holding Republic Services feet to the fire. So he'll have a report out on that. And thank you to the Chamber and the Res Run, Rainbows and Community and Rain. It was a beautiful morning.
So I think I do want to make sure that we hear the commenters at the very beginning of the meeting about the situation in Israel and in Gaza. And it does seem like that first time it came to us, everything was so, it was very confusing, the message we were getting from these two communities that were trying to help us. I mean, I know I'm personally very, very humbled with everything that is going on over there, and it's really impacting all of us. It seems like we might be able to come up with some sort of way to address this where our members of the community will be more open to what we're saying. Maybe it's not a resolution, maybe it's not a something, it's just I would be open to thinking about a way to respond. And so we're not getting people thinking that we're not caring and not listening, if that is possible. Mayor.
Yeah, well, discussed this during the break, and it's just unfortunate the way this has come up.
It absolutely is.
Because I think each one of us would condemn the terrorism. There's just it's just pure evil. And so it might have been a mistake not to have done that at the last meeting, to make clear where we stand. I think this council has made clear, where we stand with respect to both anti-Semitism within the community and our support for our Jewish neighbors. We also, basically, our stand is against all hate. And we've seen expressions of hate against Muslim, in the United States. I haven't seen it here in this area, but it's also something that we should be concerned about. So I think it's clear that, you know, it's just, I don't know how we communicate at this point. I feel like we're sort of, no matter what we say now, maybe it's not going to be enough, but I don't think there should be any doubt that there's just no excuse. It's just total evil what happened on October 7th in Israel. There shouldn't be any doubt about that. But beyond that, I'm not sure what we can say.
I did want to say that we received the one email for sure. And I believe that we received both. I did want to point out that I didn't think that the mayor was keeping things from us. And also that I personally am reaching out to friends and colleagues and others who are personally, you know, struggling even more with this because of being Jewish, or, you know, just in all of the pieces, have family and friends in Israel and Palestinians. And so the fact that we're not specifically making statements in a public way, I will take into consideration. You know, the message that the speakers at the beginning of the meeting, but I also feel that it's for me, I want to do the right thing and in a very authentic way. And so I appreciate them coming and talking to us about how this might appear different, but also wanted to say that I didn't think the mayor was trying to keep things from us. So.
Mayor Anduri, on the subject of speakers, does the council want to revisit the Zoom option given tonight's events? I mean, we can bring it back to you, an item on the next agenda.
Yeah, I mean, will staff be making a recommendation, or will you? We can't discuss it now, obviously.
No, we will
but
give you a
we will
staff
put it on
report.
the
We'll let,
agenda. I just,
yeah,
you know, it's terrible, you know, to have, particularly at the time no time is good, but that was particularly unfortunate. We're honoring a member of our community. It's just such a shame after we've gone to great lengths to encourage public comment from people who can't come down here for the meetings, and then to have to say, well, no, we can't, you can watch us, but you can't provide your comment. I think that's unfortunate, but let's put it on the agenda and see what we think.
On that note, I want to reiterate our stance at Lafayette does stand against hate, and those comments were out of line. And even though I'm glad that we were able to stop that based on it not being part of the agenda item, but and otherwise right now we do respect First Amendment rights, but just want to reiterate that we stand against that kind of speech and any kind of hateful speech or acts.
Yeah, no, I thank you for saying that, because we don't want anyone to doubt that that's not in accord with community values. This is far from being in accord with community values. So, yeah, thank you. Okay, any other council activities, comments? All right, so we're on to item 17A. This comes from an email that Mayor Geringer received. Oh.
Thank you, Councilmember Kwok. They sent it, I received this last year when I was mayor. And so this year they didn't know that we are a rotating city manager council governance structure. I do think that it does align with our values. I know that we have at the beginning of the year, we make, decisions about, which proclamations, and then we put the information about other dates and things that come. I know I did reach out. I know the district is not specifically sponsoring or supporting, or didn't, because the date passed, right? Didn't have, oh no, yeah, it's next week. I didn't double check at all the schools, but the district doesn't have a specific, Red Ribbon Week, but in the past we have, and I believe that we are very supportive of encouraging the kinds of programs that would lead to drug prevention. And so I'm supportive of having us have the mayor sign this proclamation.
Okay, any comments or questions? Is there any public comment?
There's no public comment at this time, Mayor.
Okay, so the motion approving the proclamation.
I move that we approve the proclamation recognizing Red Ribbon Week, October 23rd through the 31st in Lafayette.
A second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Unanimous. And then the final proclamation is one that came in to our city clerk about proclaiming November 20th as Transgender Day of Remembrance. It comes from the Rainbow Community Center. That's the organization that our DEIB group worked with to put on the webinar. Week before last. So it's just have this here to see if we want to put this on the next agenda. And if so, we'll just put it in Lafayette form. Okay, so put it on the next agenda. All right, we've come to the end. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You stayed.